Oh, do the vines stop moving all around me?
No, they don't. There's no immediate effect to the vines.
By the way, I mean, I'm going to keep jogging in the direction I've already been jogging, the way Talia went. So.
Talia can get him above water, maybe stabilize him. You guys are now out of combat.
I can stabilize because I do have Cure Wounds, and I have 3 spell slots. So I will just use Cure Wounds on him.
You're in this cavern that's really dark, and it's being lit from the bottom by his staff glowing up through the water at this upside-down mound of stalactites above you.
The light dappling across the wet limestone.
Talia's not even paying attention to that
Except for the fact that
beauty.
Beischer's dying, yeah.
Because I'm currently got my hand on Beischer's chest and give him 8 hit points.
What?
I have 3 Cure Wound spells.
Whoa.
So he immediately stabilizes.
Probably take me another 30 seconds to get there. By the time I get there, you guys are probably just chilling on that little island.
And in fact, once I've stabilized him, I'm going to put my hand on my chest and do the same to myself because I'm hurt real bad.
Fucking
And then fuck it.
50 feet
I
of
will
water.
say, hey, Beischer, I can heal you if you come over here. I'm not going in water.
I was just gonna say tired and lie down.
Yeah, we haven't slept. Let's just... I'll help Beischer over and let's just set up camp and sleep because fuck this.
Beischer's not moving. He stays sleeping on this little island in his cave.
We can... The island is as good a place as any to set up camp. I'm down for that.
He's
Didn't
getting
avoid
smacked around.
Accidentally fucking closed roll 20.
The trick is to bend like a reed in the water.
Yeah, we'll practice that next training session. I'll take swipes at you in the water and you can show me how it's done.
As you guys are resting on this cave floor,
And ultimately, we're going to want a long rest, but a short rest definitely immediately, and then we can...
over the next hour or so, you guys are still out on the island there, and you start seeing this green mist escape from the tunnel, moving through the cavern.
What's going on?
Beischer's asleep. He doesn't know what's going on.
Do I know any dragon lore?
You know that dragons'
Wow.
lairs are mysterious places. There have been instances of curses coming back for people, being laid on people who have killed dragons in their lairs. There's all sorts of stories of dragons having life beyond death, or intent beyond death.
I will say, perhaps we should vacate this cave.
Yeah. Kind of spooked.
We're going to have to wake Beischer and I up to do that, which I'm fine with, but we at least took the short rest, and I probably went to sleep during that nap.
Yeah, no, we definitely need to rest, so let's not do it in here where we could potentially die.
Oh, and Beisharpley has to go back down and grab his staff before you guys leave. It's been giving this cool underlighting to the room, shining the blue light at the stalactites, but the body of the dragon has been slowly moving over it, so it's had this shadow on the ceiling as you guys are sleeping.
I basically say, the dragon spirit could, attack us.
But you
So
can
I'm awoken. I'll go down and get the staff.
Just
Does Chuth have any horns or anything like that?
No,
Yeah, we
should damaged spine along his back. You could maybe get a tooth if you really wanted to, real quick.
How long would it take to get a bottom jaw?
If you want to figure out how to pull this dragon out of the water and get to work on it.
All I gotta do is cut it underwater. I got 15 minutes of holding breath time.
Do you spend like the next half hour?
And getting his bottom jaw.
This green mist seeps into you. Is everybody else waiting while he does this?
Yeah.
It's just this esoteric. We have to get proof that we killed the thing. In Draconic.
I wish Baisha
The
would
reason
hurry
us
up.
being here.
Rika's looking around uneasily.
Baishra, your health is permanently reduced by 5. This green mist comes seeping into you. You can see it making veins of dead skin coming down from your chest and running down your scales. But you get the jaw untethered from the body. You could drag it up as it is. It's still like 50 pounds, something like that, but you can drag that out of here.
Let's just get out of here. You got the bag there, Rika?
Yeah, I got him.
She's holding him all bound up over her shoulders.
Let's go.
So you guys head back outside?
Yep.
Yeah, they come out and it's just Baishra and Talia just covered in... I guess you guys could walk around the side. You still come out wet after going basically through a waterfall. And just
The wet feels good, honestly. It washes the gross off.
yeah,
This is clean wet.
yeah. You actually probably take an extra minute there to do that.
Ah.
The fight has mostly died down, or even further than it was the last time you were out here. You still hear the yips and howling, but there's barely anybody left. Mostly it's like crows around here. It looks like they're just going through the bodies. But everybody else is at least taking the fight elsewhere.
Gosh, Baisha, what are you gonna do with a whole dragon's jawbone?
Basher says don't know.
I'm sure the possibilities are endless.
We'll hang it up in Castle Narratar.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
I think we need to talk to Lord Neverember about Castle Narratar.
Esoteric and Rika looking not too bad. I mean, Rika took some hits, I guess. Where was she?
He's fine. Nah,
she's-
Esoteric's been healing her up all this time.
So you said there's fighting going on. Are there like, is it within eyesight? Like,
No, I said that if there is fighting, it's happening outside. It's
Okay.
moved off to other places. The only thing left here are carrion birds and dead people.
okay.
How far do we want to go away from the lair?
You guys see this weird mist starting to dissipate from the lair up into the air, or up from the waterfall, and out behind the waterfall. It's like billowing out both sides of it.
We can find the closest defensible position and sleep. 'Cause we've got a long journey back.
How about like the top of the mountain that the waterfall's coming down? Can we climb up there?
Yeah.
Is that a safe space, you think, guys? Good vantage point?
High ground's always useful.
As long as another bone devil doesn't fly by. I mean, it is bone devil season after all.
Oh, he glares at you.
Bone devil spawning season. Well, let's just start heading back towards the Elven city, then. Like, let's just go as far as we can before we just collapse.
Right, we'll just, let's travel an hour back in that direction, then rest.
Okay, you guys will be going to sleep slightly before dawn. Seems like you're never done trudging through this forest as you all come out, even after having had to kill and fight a dragon. You have to carry this guy across this forest. But you guys finally get to a place where you can sleep. I assume you guys are setting watches.
Yeah, Talia always gets the first nap.
In this case, Bysher gets the first nap.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah, Basher's not gonna watch. She's gonna sleep.
I mean, endurance wise, I'd be tired, but physically, I'm fine.
Only 3 of us need to watch because Talia can trance, so. Rika will go first.
You're pretty consistent about it, yeah. But consistently as well, you fuck off and don't pay attention, and then nothing happens. And you're like, see, this is why I fuck off. Esoteric, after such a busy day, and you're coming into like 30 hours of not sleeping, you're about to be exhausted, and you have to wake up after a 2-hour nap. And you're not paying too close attention. But the forest grows brighter. You start hearing the sounds of morning birds singing impressive counterpart melodies. Talia, you hear a humming similar to the last time.
Oh no.
But it just passes overhead. The day is so... It feels odd to have everybody going through this just because it's the middle... I mean, you're coming up towards noon. So the mist around you is all pretty bright yellow, is what that means. And there's like a vague sign of a sun in the sky. And you guys make it through your full rest.
I asked the group at large, we found gems of some sort? Can you remind me?
Oh, yeah. Talia will dig around in her pouch. Glad you reminded me. It completely slipped my mind after the whole dragon thing. But yeah, I hand him a bag full of gems. I don't know what they are. They were in this Joker's chest, and I kicked Naren right in the side.
Okay. Are there diamonds in this bag? Okay, well, instead of beating down the bush, I'll specifically ask, because if there is a diamond worth at least 100 gold pieces, I would like to make diamond dust of said diamond so I can cast Greater Restoration on Bysher.
I am opening it now. It has 2 tourmalines worth 100 gold each, a lazurite worth 50 gold, 150 gold, a spinel worth 85 gold, and a small turquoise worth 70 gold, so no diamonds. Are any of those useful in your castings?
No, it's basically only diamonds.
What about Rika's?
No. It's a shame we never did find Chuth's hoard. Or the Stone Dragon's hoard.
Well, we have
We never have time to search.
We have maps for the Stone Dragon's hoard, and Chuth didn't appear to have one, but who knows? He may.
It's probably underwater.
Be underneath all those vines.
We'll cast Speak with the Dead to this jawbone.
Narendane is obviously awake. He has sat up, but
yeah.
He has not talked to anyone. He looks still pretty wrecked up from yesterday. I assume, I don't know, did anybody take the time to clean him up or anything?
No.
Well, we have like created food and water.
And we
Splash some water on them.
can we take the Bystra Express and fly our way back? That's the thing we used to do, right?
I think we did that before Bystra changed his character.
No, it's
Oh.
current.
You're just waking up for the day, so yeah. You could change it if you wanted to, I think. I don't remember how Druid works.
I think he was
Where are we
lost-shipping
heading?
into a...
Bystra asks.
We're going back to the King Melindrock City.
Where's the nearest tree to there?
I mean, it's in a forest, right? It's for trees everywhere.
Yeah,
Yeah.
their buildings are made out of trees. Or in the trees.
Transport via plants.
You've run into a similar problem as last time, where you're not able to get to the closest one. And so you just try other trees around. Catastrophizing that that part of the forest might be burned down, but it seems less likely than they are using some effect to stop you from teleporting directly in. But you are able to find a tree nearby to do it to. It can set you out down less than a half mile outside their camp. Rika is carrying the baggage.
Yeah, the prisoner.
He grunts as she throws him over her shoulder. And you guys run through the tree. This part of the forest is much darker, even though it's the middle of the day. The trees are grown over. So it actually feels like you're kind of at night at this point. But you come into the camp, you see again there's all sorts of wood elves far off. Most of them haven't taken notice of you yet.
Rika starts hailing them in Elvish. Oh, just standard greetings. Hello, well met friend. Yeah, Raytos.
So can you provide us an escort to Melindrak? We'll see him at once.
Yeah, you could find someone, one of these guards that's around. These guards again are wearing plate that blurs their edges in the woods and kind of reflects all the colors around. So you find one of these knights around there, the main guarding force. He leads you past the griffin pens and past a little blacksmith, a dwarf at a blacksmith, and he takes you to your tents. He doesn't take you to Melindrak, but he says, I will give the speaker your message. Bystra, is the jaw, are you just carrying it around? Or is it...
It's straight from my shoulder.
I assume it's good news about the dragon, he says.
You assume rightly. The dragon is dead, and she'll elbow the prisoner at that point over on Rika's shoulder and say, and we captured his companion. We felt Melindrak may wish to do with him personally.
Yes, this man takes control of... He doesn't throw him over his shoulder. He makes him walk, and Narrated kind of does a limp thing, so he just grabs him by the hair and drags him along. And eventually Narrated gets up and just walks along, bent over behind him. You guys let him go?
Yeah. I mean, on the one hand, I'd like to interrogate him myself, but that's not like something I could ask of these people. He's their prisoner. It would only make things work worse for us if we tried differently.
Yeah, he leaves you guys at your tents. There's mutterings among the elves who have now seen you come back with apparently the jaw of a dragon draped over you. One of them, kid, runs up and looks up at Rika and says, "Did you kill the dragon?"
Yes. Spread the word far and wide. The heroes of Waterdeep have defeated Chuth.
From the elves. We've got our home back.
Rika, I guess, bows.
You guys hear the hum of the same refrain that had been played for you back at the dinner. So there's just this hum going on around you.
Yeah, probably Rika's, I guess now that we're in town and able to relax, she might be taking extra care with her appearance and prestidigitating people.
Talia will be doing stretches and morning workout kind of stuff to get the kinks out after the rough battle yesterday, and making sure that none of her muscles are stiff after healing up over the course of the last night.
Eventually, the speaker shows up again in his green armor. And he says, "Heroes, you have saved our forest. Let this be a day of celebration. Let the trees recede, and let us have the sun again." And the trees actually start to let the sunlight through. And all of the elves move away from the tree bases so that they can be better in the sunlight. They are bringing out casks and food, and they're bringing stuff from underground. Everything is coming from underground. They're just carrying out everything they own from underground back into the forest. You will be my honored guests.
So what of our prisoner?
Let us not discuss such dark matters on such a blessed occasion.
Yes, celebration is in order. Let us celebrate this victory, especially Bashra and Talia, who went above and beyond to defeat Chuth.
Talia will demur slightly, not expecting to have been called out.
They start playing music. You hear a lute, you hear a flute, some percussion that sounds like it's being done on the hollow bit of tree. You see multiple people dancing, kind of this still same hum. That's passively happening. It's happening probably slower than that, but that's the general refrain.
Well, Rika dances with the elves. And probably gets trashed.
Do you dance with the Hipsil? Half deer, half human, like a centaur?
Yeah, that sounds like a blast.
He's actually really handsome. He's like young, great jaw, nice body, but then he turns into a deer. So it's a little confusing. But it's all good fun as you guys are dancing around. What does esoteric do?
Rika's getting handsy with him. She's got a fist of fur in her hand. Smacking his flank.
Yeah, no, he seems totally into it.
Rika is drunk and playfully giving him a hard time about how bad of a dancer he is.
What does Talia do in the middle of an elven feast in the afternoon? You guys usually have feasts at night, and it's a little bit weird doing it during the day, but all of the elves, even though they may have been disheveled before, are just like transformed by having the sunlight back. They look happier, they look better taken care of. They start fixing their clothes and their robes, maybe where they were ripped and patched.
At first, she'll just kind of people watch and make sure that Rika's not getting herself into trouble. But seeing the array of happiness, she can't help but feel lighthearted at it, and that she helped bring that about. And so she'll get into the dancing a bit, but she's not going to get tipsy or wasted, either one. Like Rika, she's going to keep her eye on one eye on Rika and the other on Melandrath. I want to see is what's his demeanor like? Is he just as joyful, and is he getting tipsy at all?
No, he has never appeared tipsy in any way to you. He does usually have a glass of wine with him, sips it every so often, or appears to. He's playing up the fact that he got rid of the dragon. So he's doing a lot of crowd work. He seems happy, but he also just seems like a general game player who's using this opportunity for the best.
Noting that, after a bit, I would go over to Esoteric and say, do you notice any of the darkness that Nervain spoke of on his father? And I point to Melandrath. I can't say I see it.
No, I would not know what to look for.
Maybe I'm just being paranoid. I was hoping he'd get a little drunk so I could bring up the whole Dracomythal thing to him in the wake of all this goodwill that we've earned. But and may still, but a little bit of alcohol in would certainly help grease the wheels. What's your thoughts on the matter?
Well, Rika's pretty sure it's y'all's job to get the Dracomythal. And she doesn't even know what it is.
We're getting an apology. We're tasked with getting a formal apology for it, for the metallic dragons. I'm probably not the most eloquent or persuasive of individuals to be approaching him about that. I'd probably end up just being blunt, and maybe somebody else take that task.
Rika's not. I mean, Rika's probably dancing while you're talking about this. So if you want to go find her, that's probably what you should do.
Yeah, I mean, I was basically having that conversation with Esoteric. She's not going to interrupt your phone at the moment, but in her mind, she's got you slated as the one that's going to bring that up later, but maybe not just yet.
Rika probably wears her welcome out on those Hipsel after probably 20 minutes. So
Yeah, I mean, everybody's jumping around, doing dances with each other.
oh, okay.
It's
Well,
not
then Rika-
all one-on-one. So, yeah, you guys are kind of going back and forth.
Yeah. So yeah, Rika, dances with several elves for probably like 90 minutes.
Yeah, they will dance with you all day. They're so happy. Because you guys are getting into the later part of the day.
Rika's get trashed, so she's casting prestidigitation, like throwing party streamers everywhere up in the air.
You get lots of cheers. You get lots of kids coming up and asking you to do it again. They tug on your dress and ask for you to show them the fireworks.
She prestidigitates some silly string at them.
And they all run away.
She chases them down laughing. And then she takes a break and comes back over to the group. She's all drenched in sweat. She's got a glass of wine in her hands.
Hey, Vitra, do you have a way to contact that druid lady? What was her name?
I don't remember.
The Eagle?
And Baisha would say no.
Delan Winterhound.
Yes, her. It's like, I don't see her or that guard captain here. I assume they're still dealing with the demons in the south, which we should probably help out with. Not right this second, but maybe tomorrow. What's y'all's opinion on asking him about the favor now, or after we deal with that? Should we get 2 accolades for them under our belt, or should we go ahead and get that done? I don't
Wait, what are we? Okay, we're
want
supposed
to
to.
mistime it.
I think the king's pretty nice, so I don't think we need to overthink it too much. Rika says, slurring her speech. Where is the king anyway?
You see him moderately nearby, talking to a group of people.
Like officially people?
Yeah, these look like, well, they're all well dressed. You see one of them, Porthios, the guy who was having dinner with you guys the other day. A number of male elves.
Okay. So we're here to get them to apologize formally for the Draco Mythal.
Yeah.
What does a formal apology look like? She says, squinting. Like, is it like a document that we take back?
And that is one form it could take, yes. You could do so in person, but I don't know what the preference of the dragons is in this case, to be honest.
Hmm.
You
Okay.
guys are sitting on the table near a bent pine tree.
I'm not sitting on a table like a hooligan.
Well, you would be sitting at the table. I assume Talia sits on the table, and then Rita
Oh, yeah.
is just coming over.
I totally am sitting on the table.
All right, I'll go talk to the king and feel him out. Wish me luck, guys. Rika sachets her way over to the king and Porthios.
King Melandrak says, Rika, vanquisher of Chuth. And people nearby give a little bit of applause. He makes kind of a mock bow. He says, what can I do for you this day?
Oh, King, you are too kind to me, but I appreciate your kind words. It was a tough battle. We were not sure we would make it back.
Here, Porthios, why don't you take Rika out on the dance floor? She doesn't look like she's had enough yet.
Actually, King, I was hoping to speak to you privately for a moment.
And Porthios says, maybe later.
She blushes and kind of looks down.
They leave at a gesture from Melandrak. What is troubling your mind, young Rika? Reclaimer of the forest.
I suppose our ulterior motive, if there is one, besides just helping where we could, but we came here on a quest on behalf of the metallic dragons, and we came here hoping that they requested a formal apology from you and your people.
Of course. Yes. We will, I would be surprised if it hasn't already gone out. Do not worry about that today. Today is a day of feast and joy. Today is a day of freedom.
I'd also like to speak to you about the prisoner we brought back. But sorry, it is hard for us adventurers who are so often faced with danger and always in a rush. It is hard for us to relax, and we are always thinking of the next threat and questions unanswered.
He seems totally genuine and open, and he says, I completely understand. I will see that the matter is dealt with immediately. Anything you need. We already have those tents set up. You are welcome to stay here as long as you want. I will personally provide lodging for all of you when we get back into the cities. You are welcome here forever. Scrubforai, friends of the elves.
Thank you. He bows and returns to Talia. Well, that was okay. He said that the apology's already been sent out, probably. She's kind of like looking at her in her glass of wine, kind of spinning the wine in it.
Talia raises an eyebrow. Really?
Yeah, he said we should just celebrate today and not worry about anything like that. But he said, and I quote, "I would be surprised if it's not already been sent out." So then Rika looks a little less confused. Well, Rika always looks confused. Plus, she's half drunk right now. So yeah, all that tracks.
The Hipsil is getting sweaty.
The ice stone is melting.
Has melted.
What is Baishra doing?
Near esoteric. Standing stoically, waiting to leave.
So do we have any other business here? Or are we just going to party and then leave?
Well, there are demons to the south. Bears at least looking into.
Does it though? Don't we have other missions to do for the dragons? I know we need to we need to give the staff to one of them, right?
We had declined that. They know that we told them no on that one.
Oh, okay.
That was an attempt to gain one of the people's votes that we ended up not counting on because we weren't going to do that.
Right. So we need 3 of the 5 of them to vote for us, right?
Right. And the Dracomythal was the gold one. The one next was just going to agree with him. The silver one, Target Carnos, I think we already got hers.
That was with the dwarves. Yes, the dwarves.
Yes.
We did it.
Well, there's still strategic locations that we need to take care of on behalf of the Lord's Alliance because they had that map, of which this was one. So we kind of 2 birds with 1 stone in there. But yes, we do seemingly have the vote secured for the Dragon Council.
All right. So the dragons are going to help us. That's great news. We should probably report. I mean, are the elves going to report to the Lord's Alliance for us, or do we need to do? We probably should do ascending, right?
That wouldn't hurt.
I guess. Wait, do I even have that prepared?
Didn't we have some people following us around that could do sending?
That was a while ago. That was at the Dragon Conclave.
Yeah. But yeah, they sent them to that with us specifically for that, but we didn't bring them here.
They went dragon hunting with us.
I thought maybe they were still here with the elves or something.
They would have died at the Heroes Feast.
I knew they weren't there.
They came with you guys, and then they headed back up towards Waterdeep.
And so, wait, who do you think? I mean, I can only communicate with one person. Who one individual. Who should it be?
Well, Talia had mentioned talking to the druid, or we could talk to, who's our contact?
I should say one individual at a time. As long as we're here, I have leeway to do it more than once.
Oh, okay. Well, then let's contact the druid and see if she needs our help.
Let's work out. What am I saying? Just asking if they need it. Well, I'll report.
Chuth has been defeated.
Yeah, we've killed Chuth. We've killed Chuth. Do you need help? Is that what I'm asking essentially?
Yeah.
Basically.
Okay, so I'll cast.
Chuth defeated. Apology for metallic dragons. Achieved.
She doesn't even know that part, I don't think. She said, Chuth defeated. Do you need help with the demons?
Yes, I say I will contact Dylan. Yes, we have killed Chuth. Currently, where? Okay, wait. So is this? Are we in an elf settlement, or are we just in a camp?
You are in a camp over a dwarven burial site where they are staying.
Okay. Well, I'll say we've defeated Chuth. We are currently in King Melandrock's camp. Novarato. Do you need help with the demons to the south?
You hear her voice come back. She says, "Yes, of course we do. That is wonderful news. I hope you can make it here in time."
And I will share this response with the party.
Oh no.
And I'll say, now we should inform the Lord's Alliance. He's actually just talk to Neverember directly.
He's who gave us our last assignment, so yeah, that's probably best.
So casting another sending, talk to Daggett Neverember. Say, we've killed Chuth the Dragon and have secured, or hopefully secured, the metallic dragon vote in the process. Currently at King Melindrock's camp. Is there anything pressing?
Everything seems to be pressing these days. We will have another meeting in 6 days' time. I believe the messages were meant to go out today. There will be another meeting of Waterdeep in 6 dawns.
I obviously pass this along too.
All right. So we've got time to help Dylan.
Baishra, you are unable to transport us again today, is that correct?
I must rest first.
Yes, I guess I thought. So in that case, I will send a final sending. This one I'll send to Leosin, because I'm still technically part of the Harbors. And so I'll say, we've killed Green Dragon Chuth. We have hopefully secured the metallic dragon vote for aid. Currently residing with King Melindrock. Going to fight demons. That's the end of the message.
Well, that sounds like a lot. Things are okay here in Waterdeep. Mermelia's not very happy with you. Nice job on the dragon.
Wait, would I know why?
She's the one that has to give up the silver mine. You should probably tell her we don't need her to do that.
Oh, right. We sure, though, that we don't need?
Yeah, it would clinch it, but we've got 3.
Okay, then I'm going to cast sending for Remelia. I will say we have likely secured the metallic dragon vote without the sacrifice of your minds, but nothing is a given. Just letting you know.
Oh, well, I'm glad we have an operative of information out there killing things.
I'm not sure how to take that.
Well, only Esoteric hears it.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sharing all this. None of this is private.
Okay.
Hey, don't act like that's not good information. You got it, firsthand. They wouldn't have found out for days.
Right.
Maybe we should do a sending to the dragons.
And
Maybe,
told them what exactly. I'm
Send
not
it to-
against the idea, but I also don't really want to bother them in case it influences it.
Send it to the Silver
Otari.
Lady.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Send it to Otari Leocarnos. She's be the most receptive to be getting an update from us.
Okay. Just like, if some shit goes down before we rest, I'm going to be in bad shape.
Maybe we should ask her, if Amalia those still need to do the thing.
Okay. What's their name? I don't remember.
Otari Leocarnos.
Right, the name I couldn't pronounce. One of the names I couldn't pronounce. Yeah, no, I'm definitely not bothering any of the other ones because they weren't really keen.
Yeah.
They weren't really fond of us.
Until Erika says hi to her daughter, to her and her daughter.
Okay, if I can get that in. Yeah. So I will sending on Otari card. Man, I cannot pronounce.
Silver Lady.
Okay, yeah, what do you say?
Just we have killed Green Dragon Chuth, which will hopefully ensure Melindrock delivers on his promise of the apology to Protanther. Does that secure the votes? How's everything going?
Rika says hi.
Okay, she responds and says, in council, noted. If all comes through, we should have the votes we need.
Sounds
This-
promising, I say to the party. I guess in the 6 days we have, we'll go see all these demons.
We're gonna rest tonight and leave at dawn.
Yeah. Also, before anything else, while you were talking, I was sitting here thinking over things, and is there something you can do for Baishra? Because he's looking pretty rough still, even though we've rested quite a bit.
Well, yes, there is. I was looking. That's why I wanted to survey the gems. I need diamond dust.
Oh. Maybe they sell that here, or someone would sell it to us in exchange for the gems we do have.
Yes, you could talk to King Melandrak or someone.
Well, just a merchant. Somebody can point us in direction of who might sell those.
Well, maybe the elves that have would even heal him for us.
Just in thanks. That's true too.
I mean, as long as we get the dust and we're gonna rest, I can do it no problem.
Well, let's obviously Baisha's right here. Let's ask Baisha. Who would you prefer? Would you prefer that Esoteric do it, or would you be okay with the elves attempting to remove this scarring?
He just looks at Esoteric and says Esoteric.
Understandable. Let's see if we can track down some diamond dust.
Are there merchants in this camp?
I mean, nobody looks particularly like a merchant today. They're all drinking and cavorting. You spot one guy who has an incredibly nice set of rings on his hand.
Oh.
Platinum, silver, and gold. And you pick him out of the crowd and go, what are you asking for? I guess.
100 gold value diamond or diamond dust. So I could crush a diamond if need be. But
I will bring you the dust.
okay, thank
And
you,
he-
sir.
Yeah, he runs away. About 15 minutes later.
I
comes
hand
back.
him 100 gold pieces.
No, I cannot accept. Thank you. I cannot ever get myself out of this debt. Please, take it, please.
Thank you very much, sir. It is yes, it is to aid one of the dragon killers. So your help is appreciated.
He bows.
In which case, I will return to Baishra and I will cast Greater Restoration, part of which specifically says when it removes one effect, reducing a target's hit point maximum.
Yeah, it comes, most of it comes back. The scarring is still visible. It thins. Looks more like veins now than like spreading leaves.
Yeah, looking better already. And that merchant will probably be bragging to his friends for the next 100 years about him being able to help one of the dragon killers. So,
I sure will look at Esoteric and say thank you.
No problem. You did the brunt of the work against that dragon. Or at least took a brunt of the punishment at any rate.
yeah, no doubt. Talia will clap him on the shoulders. She'd been kind of afraid to touch him before now, just not wanting to hurt him more, not really understanding what the injury was. So, nice job, man. You always come through.
Did Baishra relinquish the jaw to someone, or does he still have it in possession?
Currently over my shoulder.
So what are your plans for this jaw?
Still don't know.
Oh yeah, Rika says, and she pulls out Narration's weapons and hands them to Talia. I guess you deserve these.
Thanks. I'll investigate them and turn them over in my hands to see what they look like, since I wasn't paying attention that closely to their appearance when I was fighting it.
You know, Baishra, if you're not careful, if you keep collecting chromatic dragon pieces, you may turn into a Tiamat of your own.
Baishra will say in Draconic, that seems rather superstitious.
If you would like, I could identify the weapons.
Yeah, sure.
There is a short sword and a bow.
Because that would take me 10 minutes apiece. Guess
It's-
identify ritually.
Yeah, neither of these items are magical in any way.
Okay, they are mundane weapons. I'm sure the craftsmanship is
It is pretty
exquisite
good. Yeah.
because these are rich people. But other than that, they're mundane.
I'll nod and turn them over in my hands just to take in what they look like. And good spare is always worth having around, especially when there's such a good story attached to it.
Yeah, you really just wrestle them on the ground. You couldn't do anything. It's quite handy.
Yeah, I've been trying out some new things, expanding the style a bit. It was more effective than I imagined, so I definitely have to iterate on that. You up for some practice sometime, Rika? And try it out on you.
Yeah, like you can't get me on the ground. In your dreams, lady.
Oh, them's fighting words.
Not right now though. I'm drunk as hell.
Alright.
I'm gonna remember this day for a while.
Well,
Then she goes and finds Portheos to dance with.
Here, I would be glad to accompany you for once. He just leads you away. And he dances with you, all very properly.
I will ask him about the king and the darkness.
He says, I mean, it's a time of war. If the king were not troubled, I would be worried.
True. I'm not one to take the word of someone who would ally with a green dragon very seriously.
I mean, how did you get in there and out of there? How are you up dancing around? You killed the dragon today.
Well, I mean, I'm really strong, and we have the blessings of the gods on our sides. So
Once you guys get a little bit closer to the end of the song, it's kind of an ongoing thing, but eventually he says, I think I have matters to attend. It was lovely having the dance.
she bows. Thank you for the dance. It was lovely. Rika walks up with another glass of wine. He hands it to Talia.
Talia will take a sip, but otherwise just kind of nurses it. She's not downing anything.
Rika pulls her to the dance floor.
I will finish my glass and set it down as I'm being dragged away and sigh and relent and enjoy dancing with Rika for a little bit.
Rika seems very happy.
Yep, so do all the elves. And the Hipsil. Griffin seem unaffected by the levity. But everybody else, even the birds, are chirping more happily. Everybody's enjoying this beautiful sunlight falling through the trees now.
All right. After Rika and Talia dance for a little while, we walk back over to the table.
So, Esoteric, any particular precautions or preparations we should make for the morrow? I figure you might know best how to combat.
So tell me about demons. What are demons? What should I expect?
They are ferocious adversaries that know no quarter and should never be given the benefit of the doubt. They have no good in their souls.
You hear the hum of the crowd starting to do that song again.
Protection for Real Good says in the first sentence says aberration, celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead. But the way the spell evil and good is worded, it says fae, undead, and creatures originating from beyond the material plane. And then it says celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead. Oh, no aberrations. It loses aberration.
It also mean genie and stuff too, though. So elementals.
Yeah. All degenerate elementals, yeah.
I mean, spell even good is obviously designed to combat things like demons with a fucking melee spell attack.
Also, do clerics get banishment?
Oh yeah, I do. Yeah.
Not
How many
quite as
targets
good
does
as
that? How many targets does that affect at once?
It's just it's one, and then I can upcast it to do more.
So that should be saved for lieutenants and the like.
But technically, this spell even good would be better because like it's melee spell attack, but it is it's sent back. Banishment only lasts a minute.
Yeah. Then there's Magic Circle.
Well, it only lasts a minute unless you're sending them to their home plane, and then it's.
Oh yeah, that's right. And they're both charisma saving throws. So yeah, banishment is better. That's weird. So it's one level lower and it has range.
I think Magic Circle's level 2, but it takes like 10 minutes to set up.
Do we want to repel or contain though?
Usually repel, but if you're just using it like defensively, you'd want to repel, usually.
Do not hesitate. There is no negotiating or reasoning. They will kill you one way or another if given the chance.
Do they have any specific weaknesses that I could capitalize on?
Probably radiant damage if I had to guess. But for the most part, no, I don't think so.
That's right up your alley, Rika.
Yeah, well, if they are hurt by Radiant, then yeah, this sword will cut through them like butter.
Is there any means that I could obtain a method to...
Yes, I can imbue you with radiant damage. I believe that's what Holy Weapon does. I was talking about.
Oh, excellent. Because
yeah, that's a lot of spells. That's a lot of spells. I'm gonna have to think about what to get rid of.
Yeah, because you all have tons of magic you can customize to the scenario. I'm basically just going to be hacking and slashing my way through them. So anything you can do to help with that would be appreciated.
Actually, I mean, I guess we just fought a very dangerous creature. I'll just base it on what I didn't use then. Like, I did not end up using Spirit Guardians. Although we're fighting more people now, that might be a better thing. Presumably fighting more people.
Terroratum, 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 right. Oh, terroratum, 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 right. Oh.
Do demons have vital points at which I can strike in particular?
And they come in all shapes and sizes, so not really.
Baishra, you noticed that Alagarthus, a guy you were having dinner with the other night at the dinner with the speaker, Alagarthus was his son. You see him over the course of this evening getting more agitated. Melindrak holds his goblet with a ringed hand. The speaking quiets. The music goes quiet. Everyone is still looking at the speaker. He clears his throat. Family, friends, fellow wood elves, your prayers have been answered. Today is a day of freedom. And, general shouting. And for this, our brave heroes, Rika, Talia, Baishra, and Esoteric, you have earned a home in our trees if ever you should need it. An approving hum and snapping. The speaker bows at the hip towards you. Then he turns to his people. Our plight has been long, but only in such trying times are we tested. And now our trials are over. The age of the elves is near at hand. The crowd cheers. Let this be the first of many sunlit days. Near walks the age of the elves. Again, you see him briefly become small and look around jerkily through the crowd as if scanning for assassin. His eyes very sunken and his shadows lengthened, weathered, before putting back on a smile. Feast, my friends, but not too long, for Lux's pale kiss awaits. He takes a sip. The crowd cheers. The flutist leads the music back into a downbeat. And you guys are all sitting at a table by the crooked pine.
Can I try to insight him since he was acting super suspicious?
He looked kind of weird for a second in the middle of a speech, but other than that...
Internally, Talia is, while suspicious, not going to put too much thought towards it. With the plans for tomorrow already set, she's already preoccupied with worrying about that more than what this hoity-toity elf has to say. So she's going to enjoy her food.
The Hipsil calls you back to the dance floor.
The Hipsil. Okay, we'll go back since boogie's down some more. Till she is soaked with sweat. Her hair is wet through and through. And she's just kind of, at this point, is just slow dancing with the Hipsil. Bracing herself against him.
He's not very good at slow dancing. He could do the quick stuff. He's a bit like a tap dancer, but the rotation of slow dancing doesn't make sense to his body. So
All right,
she on her feet.
Rika yelps. She says, "Okay, I think I've had enough. It's time for me to go rest. Thank you for all the dancing."
He bows and kisses your hand. The speaker comes over to you. He says, again, thank you. I checked on the status of the apology being sent to the dragons, and it has not gone out yet. If you wish to inspect it, there is, he points over towards a tent off. The artist we are using to draw up those is almost done with them if you wish to look them over. But thank you, and I guess I will see you in 5 days at the council.
We'll be there.
Thank you. And he walks away into a tent. He's being followed by a couple of the Eldritch guards that he has with him. Baishra, you notice as he goes into this tent that another figure enters behind him, even though there's nobody there. It's just an invisible space.
Didn't notice something behind him.
You noticed something entering behind him, an invisible space. Night drifts, and Rika comes back, just soaked in sweat and rubbing her heel. They're kind of doing an evening song that's just soft, layered fifths. basically all the way from the lowest of their range to the highest of their range.
I guess Bystra would say, possibly to Esoteric, there was something moving behind him.
I don't know what you mean.
I honestly don't quite know what I mean. In Draconic, because it can explain it better. He saw someone go into the tent, but they appear to be concealing their form.
Then perhaps we should go look, and I will stand up and walk in that direction.
You are stopped by the Eldritch guards at the door. Their form a little bit shifty in the woods as it reflects all the colors.
Excuse me, good sirs, but we seem to have noticed perhaps there could be an intruder inside.
We just saw the speaker 10 seconds ago. I promise you there is nothing amiss.
I think we noticed an invisible form walking in there.
He does look a little bit concerned, but then seems to resolve something, and then looks inside, like pulls the tent aside. He just looks around and goes, yeah, the speaker's fine.
Was I able to see anything in there? Like,
you see light. You see, and it looks like just one candlelight. It doesn't look very well lit. There's like a cot in there that you could see in that corner.
Esoteric?
I mean, I told you we should go. Okay. It's up to you if you accompany.
Can I see the form in here still?
No, the only reason you could see it is because it was shifting the robe of the tent.
In that case, I will cast Detect Magic. See if I see anything.
Well, they're not letting you into the tent. You guys are standing there in front of these two guards. Unless you're pushing your way in, they are not letting you in.
No, I want to say to them, we are the dragon slayers. We have the favor of the king. I wish to see him.
Bystra, you sense that somebody is invisible inside the tent.
Can I see exactly where they are?
You can sense the magic. Yeah, you can sense pretty much where they are. They're just to the left of the entrance. You can't see there. You can tell where they are because Detect Magic can tell where they are. So you know where they are, but you can't see them.
Did either of them respond to what I said?
Oh, he says, I promise you that nothing is wrong. He's starting to get a little...
And I think I know better than you. Let us inside. And I'm actually going to cast command on him.
Damn.
And the command is move.
One of these guys is pretty much in your way. The other guy is standing off to the side and letting him take care of it.
We'll upcast it.
So yeah, he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Yes, you're right. You're right. Please."
Yeah. So I step inside.
You see a speaker and you see a single candle, and that's it. It's all you see in this room.
Yeah. Do I still see the shimmery thing?
You can actually, I think you can see the invisible person, can't you? Or
you see a faint magical aura where they would be, so you could see the aura.
There's an invisible person standing behind the speaker.
In that case, I'll cast Dispel Magic at 5th level.
This old gray robed mage comes out with his head down behind and the speaker goes, "What? Why are you dispelling my mage?"
So you know who this person is?
Yes, he's my personal guard. Oh, you thought I was being attacked?
Well, yes, that is the concern.
No, he is going to teleport me back to the city.
Okay, why the secrecy?
My people don't need to know I have matters to attend to in the city. This is the time of war. I think they'd like to think their leader.
I'm also going to cast Detect Thoughts.
And they would know that you were doing it. Sensing his thoughts, he thinks it's kind of funny that you shot out his mage.
Okay.
He says, thank you for your incredible vigilance, but
okay. Well, so then if I don't, so the surface thoughts doesn't, nothing immediately seems odd there. I would shift the focus over to the mage.
his surface thoughts, he's running through spells in case you were trying to attack.
So then I incline my head at the king and say,
He does the same.
apologies. This something seemed amiss, and I didn't want to, tragedy to befall. I apologize for bursting in.
He bows.
And then, if anyone else says something, I will depart.
Yeah, you get back to the table.
Yeah, I'll follow.
So I'll say to Baisha and Chakang, well, that was certainly strange. Good eye, though.
Yeah, I still don't trust him.
Nor do I, but I'd rather not create a diplomatic incident. If something happens at this point, it's on them.
Now's when you guys should get that scrying equipment. Didn't you all need like a mirror or like a bowl with some holy water in it? Or something?
Yeah,
We need esoteric to learn the ceremony spell so we can make our own holy water.
Okay, good. I have the spell page open because, I know the spell. I just didn't have it on my list. Ceremony. Wait, I think I already added it to my list. Yeah, I don't have it prepared. We got the rest. Also, we need powdered silver.
We need a file and some silver coins.
I'm pretty sure I have a file in my thieves' tools.
Wow, you know what's funny? I actually don't. I have copper, I have electrum, and I have gold. I don't have silver.
I think I also have some silver.
Yeah, you look into one of your bottomless bags and just think silver, and it just, as much as you think of, is
Alright.
there.
Then I will still need the rest to get the spell prepared.
Well, who's filing down 1,000 silver coins?
Well, it's not. It's just I need 25 gold pieces worth of silver to create holy water, so we can use the holy water to scry.
So 250.
Yeah.
That's going to take a while.
Yeah,
Is
probably.
that what you guys spend the evening doing, or try to? You guys still have a couple hours before, like, proper night. It's late evening.
I know we wanted to be able to scry in general, but was there something specifically right now we wanted to do that for?
Not that I know of them at this specific very moment.
Well, also, I mean, I know we're not in an actual city, but we could. The alternative is we could get a crystal ball or a silver mirror.
They probably have crystal balls.
Has to be worth 1,000 gold pieces, apparently. Like, and it's not used up, but you need it.
I will. Are there any like merchant carts among these tents and stuff? I know this is kind of an encampment, so it's probably not like full on city market or anything, but I just figured I'd look around for one since they were talking about this.
You get a mirror made of silver, if that is what you're looking for. You can find that.
Yeah, either, because I would have made, because Esoteric has mentioned multiple times that either would work, so she would keep an eye out for both.
Yeah, it's a crystal ball, a silver mirror, or the font with holy water. So yeah, silver mirror works.
You're able to find some nice, really nice silver mirrors, but nothing up to what Esoteric thinks the quality of this spell requires.
Once we do get it, I mean, I don't even need to have scrying prepared because I'm a knowledge cleric. It's always have it. So
he did mention his mage knew teleport. Maybe we could go over to Waterdeep and pick it up this evening before we return here for tomorrow. Or worst case, Baisha could teleport us there as he has before. Yes.
Well, if you wanted to be efficient, we could hitch a ride to Waterdeep and then buy teleports in the morning.
Eventually, in this kind of evening, you are approached by Aligarthus. He comes up and he doesn't exactly know who to address. He says that we didn't get a huge amount of chance to talk the other evening, but I have a request of you.
All right, please sit down.
Okay, he kind of focuses on you and sits across. He says, I think my father intends to kill Narrated. He left orders. This is the speaker's son, Alec.
Okay.
Who you guys had dinner with the other night.
So this guy's worried about his half brother.
Yeah, but because I was like, wait a second, Narrade's also his son, right? Okay, they're step siblings or half siblings.
Half sibling. Yeah, I'll say, well, that is his choice. It's no real concern of ours what your father does with his prisoner.
Have you spoken with your brother?
No, nor do I intend to.
Okay.
It is not
well,
about him being my brother. It is about the fact
I understand that. Well, because as far as we learned, Narrated was acting under his own will, completely, free volition, and he allied with a chromatic dragon. That is a serious crime.
I think my father is making a mistake that he will regret later. And I wish you to help me. I can give you gold. I could give you... I don't know what you need, but I could help you in some way. I don't think he means to do this. It's only the fact that just think it's the war. I don't know.
When he said earlier that it's not their way, do I know that?
Yeah, just general sort of knowledge. Elves have more of a reverence for life than humans do. Any life, down to like ants. They would try to not step on ants, I guess. That is the general way of the elves, yeah. Or wood elves and high elves.
So you don't want your brother freed because you think he did no wrong or anything. You just think your father should not execute him.
I think you could take him somewhere and keep him. I think he's maybe not well in the mind after all these years. And he needs to be cared for his health and others.
How old is Narrated?
I believe he's 98. I haven't asked my father.
So fairly young for an elf then.
Adult. And I know that his answer is not at the end of a sword.
That is understandable. I'll look to the rest of the group. Do we wish to discuss this?
We can discuss it in private, she says, looking at the other guy, if you wish.
Baisha looks esoteric and says, why don't we just kill him? But it says it in Draconic. If they have issues with killing, why don't we just do it?
I respond in Draconic, that is not the issue at hand here.
Baisha just responds with, well, okay then. I guess I don't quite understand the issue.
So I say to
Oh, you want me to leave?
Well, yeah, so I say that we'll discuss it and get back to you.
Yeah, he wanders off,
Okay.
kind of awkwardly.
So then I say in common, so by sure the The issue is that he thinks Narrated should not be executed at all, or at least at the very least not by their father.
That's why I offered us to do it.
Right, but also he don't think it should be done here. Like he thinks if we could help, get some psychiatric help.
Talia will say, well, if we're talking about maybe going back to Waterdeep this evening anyway, maybe we could tell him we will take him with us for help and we can dispose of him when we get there. I have no problem finishing him off. I just spared him for information purposes in case the king wanted him alive, but makes no never mind to me.
I'm a bit conflicted, bordering on indifferent for this, because he did not seem to feel any remorse or regret about his actions, and we stopped him, and I feel like our involvement should end there. But if it is true that he could perhaps be helped, then I would be open to the idea. But that's no guarantee. Removing him from here could cause more problems down the road.
I'm not saying we do so stealthily or like kidnap him or anything. I'll just say
The crows are squawking on a bush nearby.
Yes. If it was for us.
Shit. They're listening in.
What?
The crows. They're
What do you mean?
listening in.
The crow says Indochronic. So, yeah, that's kind of crazy, right? He wants you to go save the guy you just, almost killed?
Oh, okay.
You guys hear the same disturbing hiss that you guys heard from the horse. All this.
No, I have no idea what it said, but I know that it's that crow that Baisha awakened, like when we got here.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, Bishop knows that the Thames is going to not ignore him, but I don't know if to say anything to him.
I'm not sure. I would err on the side of leaving this alone in order to not cause a dispute. At the very least, like, if we were going to get involved, I would like to at least have a conversation with Narrated, because if there is a possibility for redemption, then I would be all for it. I just don't know if there is any, and I would actually lean towards the side that there probably isn't for him. But everyone deserves a chance. But we also have a lot of other stuff on our plate, so if we want to just leave this alone, I think I could live with that.
Yeah, I have no dog in this race. I'm perfectly willing to be the one to off him if need be, but I could just as easily not be involved at all. Have you any opinions on the matter, Rika?
Who are we killing?
That guy I beat the shit out of was with Chuth.
Did he escape? Is he gonna hurt somebody?
No, he's still in captivity by his father, the king, and his brother has told us that the king intends to kill him and wishes that not to happen.
King doesn't seem like the type of person who would kill somebody without giving it some long thought. I mean, he doesn't seem like a bloodthirsty man, she says, looking up and, pondering to herself. Elves aren't usually ones to make hasty decisions, if father is any example to live by.
Oh, I quite agree. I don't disagree with his course of action. The only reason I'm giving it any thought at all was out of concern for the young man that approached us. I could care less about Narrated.
I mean, can we talk to the king? Is he still here? I thought he told it. She looks around.
With a little investigating, you could figure out. They let you know that he has moved on. Him and the wizard are gone. They're
All right. Is it possible for us to have an audience with Narration?
They're in vain. No. He is being held in some of the deepest levels of dwarven caverns here. There's no reason anyone should need to see him.
Well, I think I would be able to interrogate him well, see if he has any more information for us that would be pertinent now.
You should bring that up with the speaker. That does not sound like a decision that I make.
Look, I don't know that it's really our business to meddle with elven affairs. So Narenvain's brother wants us to have the king spare his brother?
Essentially.
That seems like something for the family to deal with.
Okay. Well, he eventually comes back. Have you come to any sort of consensus?
If we were to do anything, I would want to speak with Narration first, and if we are unable to do that, then we cannot help you.
I know where he is being held, and I can lead you there.
Yes, but are we allowed to go there? I don't want to be
No, probably
stepping on
not.
toes.
You're not supposed to
This
ask
would
questions
not
like that,
be
esoteric. You're supposed to
something-
do it.
This is against the will of my father, even though I believe at some point he will realize it was a mistake. He has his entire life fought for things like this, not to kill off someone who may have been complicated and misunderstood out of hastiness. He has lived his life in that way and is making a decision I know he would not make in his right mind.
Have you brought that up with him?
I have. There's a lot on his plate at the moment.
Why is he so hasty to execute Narenvain?
He says it is not a matter of relation. It's a matter of a symbol to the elves that there is a line that can be crossed. He thinks of things in this sort of larger fashion. I think it's because we're at war. And he's kind of in this headspace.
Can't say I disagree with him, though. Personally.
So you will not help me? Or should I leave again?
I mean, we're awfully busy.
Yes, I don't think we can afford to help you at this time.
We have a horde of demons threatening your people in the south that are somewhat more important than a single trader.
Oh, really? I was under the impression that was dying down.
Not according to our contact who we spoke with just hours ago, who sounded greatly relieved at our offer of assistance as they are being overwhelmed.
Alright. If you should change your mind, I will not be setting out to get him until I will thank you. And he walks away.
I'll say, don't do anything foolish.
Yeah, so the day yellow mist eventually turns to night. and all of these elves are kind of calming down. The elves go back to a little bit of dancing and music. It's still vaguely celebratory, but it's also, as soon as the sun went down, you could tell that they lose some sort of energy from that.
I mean, I would be happy to sit here all day and try to, for the rest of the day, and try to convince the king not to do what he said. But how do I get to the king?
He's not here.
I know.
And it's evening, and he probably won't be back till tomorrow, and we'll be gone. We have business. We can't allow innocents to suffer under the onslaught of demons just to spare the life of a single person that I would be more than happy to kill myself. So I'm not really all that fussed over it. I just don't want this kid to end up doing something he'll regret in the process. Esoteric, are you able to send a message to the speaker?
Yeah.
Wait, who's the speaker?
The king.
Oh,
His proper title is speaker.
that's who you guys have been talking about all this time.
A pine cone falls and hits Rika on the head.
Rika looks around for a raven.
The draconic speaking raven looks at you. He turns his head to the side so his eyes pointed directly at you.
Rika's just staring at the bird thinking. The camera focuses on her face and zooms in slowly, and then the bird's face is zooming in slowly, and then back at Rika, zooming in
And
even
then
closer slowly.
And then they kiss.
Ivy.
Sounds a lot like Jewish. Or Hebrew, I guess.
Oh, it's Yiddish.
Yiddish.
Michigan.
Lamizel.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you guys do anything else before you rest for the evening?
Well,
Getting
the
on
thing
late now.
I mentioned earlier was, should we port to Waterdeep and stay there tonight to come back in the evening if we wanted to try to get that that mirror, and then secondarily, should we send a message to the speaker so that he's aware of the situation?
Of his son.
Yeah.
I mean, do we know where Naren Vane is being kept at all? Like, even like the entrance to the place where he's being kept? Okay, I mean,
You know where the entrance to the caves would be. There's multiple entrances to the caves that you would have seen around. They're just basically stairs down. But the way they described it, it sounds like it's incredibly deep.
Bystra asked Esoteric how are we going to get to Waterdeep if we go through Talia's plan. I can only port once per day, and it's already been used.
Yeah, we can't today.
Oh, I forgot it was the same day that we ported to here. Yeah, never mind. I was assuming we had that as an option still. I'm sorry. Ollie is still not quite sure how your magics work. She just knows we can sometimes do things. Unless we send that message, it doesn't matter to me. Otherwise, no. She's going to bed.
yeah. Rika follows Talia to bed. Rika says, I really wish we could have done more to help that guy.
He's thinking like a child. Isn't understanding when his father has to think like a ruler.
Hey, you're a child. What are you talking about?
I didn't say I wasn't. I'm certainly more of a mind of the proper ways of the world than that infantile schlub.
Baisha or Esoteric do anything special before resting?
No.
Super dark. These are thick cloth tents that they have for you guys. It feels a little bit weird to go to sleep because you guys just rested like 12 hours ago ish. But after a dragon fight, it's not so bad to just have a little extra time to sleep. You guys wake up before dawn though. It's early in the morning, but it looks like most of the mist has receded. You have like 40-foot visibility during the day. You'll probably have like well over that. You guys meet up outside in this misty morning cold, early March.
Staff goes back to 10 charges.
Fuck you, staff.
Just conjure animals every combat. Let's go.
So you're starting to notice this particular bird has a little gray patch above one eye. And you see that he's out, kind of hanging out on a root nearby as you guys are getting ready to go for the day.
Who was this bird again? Is it somebody from the dance?
No, it's that bird Baisha made a wear when we first arrived in the forest.
He did that? He did... Okay, whatever. Druid stuff?
Yeah, druid stuff.
The next morning dawns with a light mist, swollen beams of sunlight.
Rika practices martial arts against a rock.
You are exceptionally good at hitting that rock. It hurts. You'd probably get a trunk of a tree here, though.
I didn't want to anger the elves.
That's a good point. Okay.
Piece of gravel, just kicking it.
Yeah, there's a lot of soil on this ground, so it's a bit hard to find. That's why I'm thinking it's a bit hard to find a rock like that. But you could find one if you really looked into it, if that's what you were doing for your morning routine.
Talia, after noticing, will leap on top of the rock and say, "Hey, the rock doesn't hit back. That's no real workout." And then she launches herself at Rika and says, "How about you take me on for a bit of a warm-up?"
Oh yeah, you think you got what it takes? She says. She jumps back. Does her hair up in a ponytail.
Yep. Talia's not going to go full out, of course. This is just a morning warm-up exercise to get both of them aware and limber. So she'll just friendly spar.
You get these eldritch knights are kind of just around, and you don't really notice them until they start moving. But you get a lot of them looking over in your direction. You guys notice as you guys are doing these pretty basic workouts, these 7-foot tall, 8-foot tall knights are like gathering around watching you.
Rika is she's practicing her lightning katas against you. So every time she hits you, there's like a little crack as static electricity snaps at you.
You'd have to hit her first.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Rika is trying her best to like charge up her magic to use against you. Like,
I'm just too fast.
yeah. Like it's slowing her down to use her magic against you. Seems like she's practicing something she's not very familiar with. So.
Yeah, which is, hey, this is the best place for that. It's a safe environment, and with a trusted partner that is controlled enough to not hurt you while you're trying it. So
She says this as she has her knee in your neck, like she did with Narration yesterday.
You notice Rika kept trying to slide her feet in a particularly weird way, but she just kept kind of stumbling instead of sliding correctly. So you just trip her up pretty easily.
The knights disperse as you guys look like you're getting towards the end of your warm-up. Back into the trees. You see one of them sitting uncomfortably nearby where you guys actually were. He was just so well blended in with the trees that you didn't take note of him until he stood up.
I guess we are... Yeah, so Rika lets her hair down and dusts herself off. So are we headed to fight some demons today?
Yep.
This is just a normal thing we do. We just wake up, have breakfast, and go fight demons, in between us fighting against the Cult of the Dragon.
I wouldn't call it normal, but necessary.
We've got a few days before we meet with the kings and queens again, so I guess we have some free time to go kill some demons from the abyss or something.
Talia will kind of laugh nervously and says, well, when you put it like that, it does sound rather absurd that we're in the position we're in. But here we are. So we find ourselves preparing to strike out against the demons.
Rika says a prayer and plants an apple seed.
Baisha asks Esoteric, what's the reasoning for us fighting the demons?
Because we are wanting aid to the people of this world. Demons are evil.
Isn't the dragon threat the greater evil?
Yes, but we don't have a thread to follow for the next few days on that.
Okay.
Is that in Draconic?
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys head out. Do you know where you're going?
Dellen, Winterhelm, told us.
Did she tell you where Altand was?
Did Dellen not tell us where to go?
I don't think she told you exactly where it was, no.
She just expects us to miracle our asses over there in the right place. We'd love to have your help. Yeah, I'm sure you would. You could tell me where to be and when to be there, and we would come help you. Why are people so unhelpful? Are druids just always this hard to deal with? Rika asks Esoteric. Seems like every time we deal with druids, they're just really hard to communicate with.
Yeah, perhaps it is a side effect of being so in tune with, nature and animals. They lose some of their interpersonal social skills in favor of other skills. I don't know.
You are headed south. You make the trails. There are not a lot here. This does not appear to normally be a populated area, so it all looks very much more natural than it did around where they're camping. The mist recedes with the day, and you guys are headed south for 3 or 4 hours. The sun is coming into the sky. This is the first time you've actually seen the outline of the sun in 3 days, and it's kind of comforting just to see that. But yeah, you guys head south. And you guys eventually hit the edge of the forest on the south side. Where do you guys go from here?
I'd say southeast then, because it was the south of the forest.
You begin coming upon pieces of bodies as you head south into this last little leg of the forest. The mist, even though it is far off, starts to take on a murky green. There are body pieces on the ground, occasionally in piles. It's hard to tell if they're human or what they are.
What are these?
I examined one.
It looks like body parts. You know generally what body parts look like, and that's a lot of body parts. Just all skewered in together. You guys continue traveling. You guys hear that humming that you heard up in the North Woods the other day. It's faint and fairly far off.
Wasn't that humming a devil or demon of some kind that attacked us previously? She asks, esoteric.
Bone Devil is what you fought the other day, at least.
Because I'm hearing something like that now. Maybe we should go in that direction. Well, I think we should just head east then, not northeast nor southeast, just east.
Okay.
Aisha asks esoteric, would a bone devil, the thing we saw before, be with the demons that we're trying to kill?
Possibly. I think it is most likely devils. There's usually confusion among the mortals.
Esoteric then asks, are you okay with killing devils then?
But most of the time, yes.
Okay, then there's a bone devil near us we should probably go kill then. It could be near everything else we're looking for.
Okay, so you go off running, I guess?
Not running, I mean walking. I got my pass without trace going on.
Okay, well you head that direction.
Bystra would then say to Talia and Rika, follow devil, then point in the direction of where the sound's coming from.
Talia nods and heads that direction.
He'll then say, could be more.
Yeah, the humming gets quieter. It sounds like it's moving away from you, but it's also making an arc. And you start hearing the rustling of men or something tramping through the wet soil, pushing aside trees. Well, there's a much larger amount of people than just the Bone Devil. I don't know if that changes your guys' actions.
Well, it would a little. I mean, he mentioned we were going under pass without trace. As we're tracking this thing down, once we notice that there are other things, we would try to figure out what they are before we just charged in, at least. So we'll try to get a sight on them without being seen.
They don't see you, but what you see is a huge slithering creature, more than 10 feet tall, multiple arms, blades, slithering through the ground here. Behind her are plated, axe-wielding, Esoteric knows them as Merregon.
Talia's like quietly but hurriedly patting Esoteric on the side of the arm, being like, "What the hell is that?"
The Bone Devil is not with them at the moment. He is flying around.
Do I know any specifics about these?
You have actually been instructed to use these before. So you know just everything they're capable of. And the Merregon are basically just foot soldiers, although they are extremely strong.
Do you think this is the threat they're talking about?
Yeah, quite possibly. This is a formidable group.
Esoteric, are there any particular tactics or strategies that work especially best against these, or that they will utilize against us potentially?
No, I mean they usually just try to use strength in numbers and intimidation.
They don't have any immunities or resistances or anything?
They're immune to poison. I mean, fire is a bad bet against denizens of hell, so I'll shy away from fire.
I mean, this is half the reason we came here, so we may as well take them out on the way to meet up with
Yeah.
our compatriots. So I think we should engage. It's just a matter of,
No,
of
yeah,
how best to do so.
I would prefer to not have these denizens of hell wandering around here, if we can help it.
Especially at our backs, potentially.
Right.
I mean, Rika's probably going to start out with a lightning bolt.
Baishra says, I can start.
Aye, Captain.
I'm ready. I will probably intentionally go after Baishra and Rika.
Talia, you're up, but you're retarding your initiative. Baishra.
I'm gonna cast a new spell, yay! I cast Whirlwind. I make a giant tornado.
10-foot radius, 30-foot high, cylinder.
Right here in this cluster of these dudes, so I can get all 5 of these guys.
He's just sucking them all up, putting them in a blender, and spitting them out the top.
They all fail.
So they all take bludgeoning damage. And then they get sucked up higher and higher into the whirlwind. And whenever they make it out, they get flung in a random direction.
Alpha strikes for the win, man.
Yeah, that's a solid twister hitting down just in this area. And it sends their blades smashing into each other. They just try to hold on as much as they can, but they just add to the leverage of the wind and slamming it into each other. These guys look absolutely ruined. Everybody looks around. The lightning is striking through them and arcing off of their metal plates and their long rod-like axes. And just sears one of them to death, and he lands face first in the ground.
First, let me ask about the shadows, because it's during the day, so I'm going to try to aim for like under the tree, right, like in here where it would be dark under the tree's boughs. Because while she's facing this twister, because she's heading that direction, so I'm basically wanting to bamf up behind her. Then I will attack her from behind.
Out.
Jumping out of the tree, using the momentum to try to come down right at her back.
She hisses over in your direction, and one of her swords comes up. I get a good strike across her back. She has a kind of eerily human face to have all these arms and this tail. Although it doesn't appear to have the ability to move its facial features, so it looks kind of styrofoam or something.
I will use one key point.
Just make enough of that tiny little adjustment. Coming in, it's really disorienting to have this many blades flying around in front of you, but you are just able to make the adjustment based on her specific armor.
Yeah, kind of skirting and weaving.
Merilith is going to attack Talia.
Can't blame her.
She attacks 7 times.
Yeah. Dodging, weaving, flipping, skipping out of the way.
Alright, I will move my tornado south.
Tornado?
Tornado, gather up these two. Maybe that one too, if I can get it on the way.
Do you pull these Merregon with you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're in it, in the air.
Okay. Well, these Merregon just cannot put up with this. There's no way they could have dealt with another round of that. So everyone who got carried over here is now dead and just flying through the air out of this tornado. A few of them managed to, or 2 of them managed to get to the edge.
And if they get knocked out, they go really far away, so 3d6 times 10 feet away. They would get knocked 70 feet in one direction.
That's if they succeed?
Yeah, that's the way they can get out.
Because they're up in the air, even if they succeed in getting out.
2 people succeeded last time, so they 70 feet from where they are right now is what you're
in a random direction.
What? How is that a success?
Because they're not trapped anymore. They would have gone higher.
So they get flung out these directions. And it's also just throwing their dead bodies around. That's really... This is kind of madness. I don't know if Rika's seeing all this, but it would be kind of disturbing for her to see all these images.
not disturbing anybody else in the party?
Maybe.
He thinks you're weak.
She's a delicate flower.
Naive. I think Rika's naive. But anyway, there's absolute chaos going on. They're just kind of getting themselves together after getting the absolute shit kicked out of them by this random tornado in the middle of a misty forest. My movement. I assume they're prone after they get thrown, so that's half movement. Alright, they're just like pulling themselves together. The ones who are still alive are realizing that you are a threat at this point. And they are running towards you, but they are stumbling and they are not looking well. Now, I'm going to move this Merilith, and she is going to attack Talia as well. That's going to be 7 attacks.
Alright, I'll counterattack.
Yeah, how do you do it? What are you aiming for? As you see this, another of these creatures bearing down on Talia with just more attacks than should be capable to be withheld.
She just like kind of like disappears in a flash and appears with her sword just already embedded in its chest. Well, heels of kind of thunder kind of rippling off of her.
A siren, a scream.
Okay, then I will do a green flame blade because I'm pretty sure they're not immune to fire.
I specifically told you they were.
What? I thought the Meriliths were only immune to poison.
And she ends
Don't
up
use
being
fire.
right.
No, I thought it was fire and poison.
The little ones are immune to fire.
Well, I did say fire is bad in general. I did say fire's a bad bet against Senses of Hell. So between the two Meriliths, seems like the one on the right is less injured. Is that correct? I am going to target the healthier Merilith, the one on the right. Cast Management. Send them now.
Any particular part?
Do I know if they hail from a specific layer?
Yeah, there's a lot of them on the first end.
I would send them to where they would most seem at home, to my knowledge.
Rika, you're mesmerized for a second. And it's just gone. There's nobody.
Whoa.
Yeah, you guys hear this bone devil start crashing through the pine branches above.
I will move the whirlwind.
Drag that guy along with it. You hit that Merilith.
Well, it's the bludgeoning and then
I don't know
Just
if it
picked up
works.
too.
Last time she was able to get out of it, and this time she's just off-put by the sudden disappearance of her neighbor. And she's like, the chance of me winning this has just come extremely down, and then she gets hit with a tornado in the back, and she just can't quite keep up and loses her balance and falls into it. But she is basically being lifted up in the air by this.
I'll turn into an earth elemental.
Oh damn.
I can imagine. I imagine it's like a whirlwind, and she's
I'll
like
just start out.
going around in the circle, and you're just waiting for her to like come around in the circle, whack, go around the circle, whack.
Like tetherball.
And she does all 6 of her attacks in that, like, moment.
Yeah, you're both of you are waiting for the come around.
Rika counter strikes. She sees Talia being wailed on. Charges up her speed force, and this time she speed forces over and just slides her blade up through its rib cage as she comes to a halt with little sparks.
She's writhing over herself, and her upper body loses blood much faster than her lower body, and so she She's limply hanging there on this snake body that's still moving around and doing things. Bone Devil comes in at Rika. He's going to take 2 claw attacks at you and then try to sting you with the red bone spike tail he has.
Okay.
As you feel this disgusting sludge seep into your veins, and you could tell it's burning you from the inside, moving with your blood, and just it feels horrible. It feels like it's like tarnishing your soul inside of you.
Rika screams.
I'm an earth elemental. I guess I'll just attack the 2 guys in front of me, so I'll attack the one closest to Talia first.
What does a rock elemental's attack look like?
Giant fist slamming down.
Like a rock.
I guess what I'll do then is I will use Earth Glide, which is just, it can burrow through non-magical unworked earth and stone. So I'll just go bloop and go down into the ground.
Boop. You leave a little ripple of that shoots a speck up in the air as you disappear under the surface. These Merregon are so confused. They have no clue what's going on. One of them just bolts. He doesn't even look back. He just runs. The other one attacks Talia. And he's walking towards Talia, coming up for this huge strike. And he gets it almost up to the top of the arc, and he just like an aneurysm. It looks
Starts bleeding from his ears and eyes.
nice. And he cripples back to the ground. Back to Bone Devil, who's going to attack Talia this time. Yeah. All of these Merregon are now dead. If they're just around, it's because I haven't moved them yet. The only thing living you guys can see is this Bone Devil. As he comes in for one of his attacks, you fly up with both fists out of the stone into a stone form into his chest.
Uppercut from the ground.
You catch him right in the chest as he's coming. It's like you used his own momentum against him. He's coming down for an attack as you come up for an attack and just gets slammed backwards and shrieks.
Booming blade.
You get a good strike across its really thin and blood mucus covered wings. The sunblade slices through it and turns it all black, and it shrivels in on itself.
I'm going to bonus action disengage and bend over with my hands on my knees and hold my side where I got the poison slash and hiss through my teeth saying, "She said it burns." And I will take the dodge action as best I can from here, and that is my turn.
The stab wound is festering black or red. It does not look well. And you wonder if you should go so close to someone with knives who is screaming out in pain.
I'm probably somewhat used to this kind of thing. You definitely need to heal. I'm debating on whether or not to, use my big gun. Because, you would use most of it, but some of it would go to waste. But I could always roll shittily on another heal. That's the problem. You know what? Fuck it. I cast heal. You get 70 hit points.
It starts to close up and it starts to expel all this black.
So, my normal heal is cauterize there's heat. This one, your entire body is briefly wreathed in flame, but you don't actually feel, it's not like painful flame. It's like rebirthing.
Cleansing flame.
Yeah, then when the fire disappears, all the wounds are just gone.
And then this is the sting. He brings his tail around at you. The one that was absolutely just massacred Talia a second ago. The tail hits you in the side just like it did Talia. It seems like he's setting up his tail attacks with a couple of claw attacks just to throw you guys off right before he lands that last one.
Smack, smack.
Well, I'm gonna let the big earth monster fight this thing for a little while.
Another young girl comes up with a horrible bone devil piercing in her side.
I'll say, thanks, Esoteric, and I look to Rika and say, got you too, huh? Said, you'll be fine. And I look off towards the Bone Devil, but I'm going to run forward. I'm going to attack. I'm going to spend a key point to make that a stunning strike.
So he is stunned.
And in fact, I'm going to spend a key to make this a flurry of blows.
Yeah, just the last one. I mean, he is looking wrecked right now. Huge amount of damage. Plus, then he just starts basically seizing, not able to really move in any direction.
Yep. Cure wounds on Rika. Hope for the best. Hey, that's good.
It is still seeping through your veins. You can feel it, but good amount of it came out, and the wound got significantly smaller and less swollen. So yeah, he just keeps seizing, falling to the ground.
Bonus action, unarmed strike.
Misses.
Guess I'll toll the dead.
Baishra comes up, puts both of his hands over his head, just slams down almost like he's doing CPR and just pops him like a fucking watermelon. Baishra smashing the cavernous chest of the Bone Devil and it exploding outwards. There isn't a whole lot of flesh that comes out. There's a little bit, but it's mainly just the cracking of bones as his chest opens upwards. A raven squawks and comes down and starts eating off the devil's corpse.
Ew. As she slides her sword away.
The crow caws, and there's another crow cawing off nearby. They appear to be kind of coming in, circling the meat, the new fresh meat on the ground.
Well, I mean, are we supposed to loot devil corpses or leave them alone?
Is there an etiquette for that? I don't know. Esoteric, what's your take on such things?
They are bodies such as any other. You will not. They are not contagious in any way. Well, at least not as a whole. I mean, individuals could be contagious in some way that we are not aware of. And they have loot like any other.
Yeah, but it could be like cursed or evil or something, right?
So that's a possibility with anything, any corpse. It is not greater or less because it's a devil.
Are you sure? That doesn't track with all the stories I've heard, but I guess I should probably take your word for it over that.
I mean, anywhere you go, magic and curses is expensive, time-consuming, and power-consuming. It's not, random foot soldiers like these are very unlikely to have cursed objects.
Okay, yeah, I'll start rooting through some bodies.
That bone devil has a real mean stinger. That thing hurt.
Yeah, no doubt.
I would say with a pretty cursory investigation, you could figure out that they don't have any items on them.
Yeah, I would give up shortly after looking then, because Talia wouldn't be one to be trying to find that.
anything we can do with like bone devil poison or a bone devil poison stinger barb? No? Oh, okay.
I don't know.
I kind of regretted saying anything about it after I said it aloud, so I'm not sure I want to see Bishra eating bone devil fingers.
I'm still my Earth Elemental right now. I'm rolling around in the dirt.
Okay,
It
well,
is-
I guess, do we need to rest up or anything? Everybody good to go?
I'm a little winded, but otherwise okay. Not 100% energy, but esoteric patched me up real good. So if we're in a hurry, I can tough it out.
This is later in the day. You guys have traveled. It's 4:00 in the afternoon right now. The map.
We've had a decent ways traveled already.
Yeah, you guys went basically as far as you did the entire day towards Chuth, and that was like a full day's travel. And you guys have done that at least.
Well,
I sure will shift back into his normal form.
I'm of two minds. One, I think with the amount of progress we've made, I don't think a short rest would be out of the question. But we also don't have 100% indication of where we're going. Like, we know in general, and we can figure it out relatively well. But, you know, we don't want to waste time either because we aren't.
Well, I mean, we could always stop for lunch.
And that was kind
That's
of my thinking. We could stop and eat.
That's always a perfectly reasonable thing to do.
You know, a little bit further away from the demon bodies. Because, you know, don't want my food getting all gross. But
Yeah, let's march for let's put about a mile up between us and them. What do you say?
We'll look to Esoteric and ask, is this most likely the brunt of their forces? Like, are we done here? Should we start heading back?
Probably not.
which direction were they heading?
Which direction were they heading? They were heading north.
What direction were we heading?
Yeah, we were heading southeast, and if they were coming from the south, then maybe we should continue back south now that we've gone east some.
Do you want to follow their tracks?
Yes.
I guess they weren't trying too hard to cover up their tracks.
These are giant snake-bodied creatures. It's like following a trail that's been laid out for you. And you guys follow this a little over a mile, and there's a little open area where it looks like they may have rested for the night here.
Well, Talia's really the one who really just needs to rest more than any of us, I guess. She needs to meditate, so maybe the rest of us should maybe kind of do like a little patrol around the campfire as a group or something. Like one, okay. Esoteric, you stay here with Talia, and me and Baisha, we can like just do a little circuit around the camp. What do you say?
Baisha says I should rest to Rika.
Oh,
We can watch each other's back. It's fine. Just a short rest. We'll be
okay. Well, Rika just plops down then on the ground, starts making a campfire.
I'm saying you and Esoteric can do the patrol. Me and Biker can watch each other's backs while we're resting.
Well, I
don't
could
think
probably-
anything-
Rika could probably stand to roll some hit points. So.
Yeah, I would get literally nothing from a short rest because I'm at full health, but Esoteric doesn't want to do any more physical activity than necessary, so.
So you're all just hanging around in this little bowl. Looks like there was a campfire made that just barely was anything. And you guys all just hang out in this little bowl of kind of
Yeah,
deep
Talia's
soil. Even though you,
meditating and focusing on regaining her chi and analyzing the previous battle to see, what could have gone better and those kinds of things.
The smell is a little bit distracting. Actually, Esoteric, you probably would have noticed it on your trip just this far south. The smell of home. Everybody else smells this sharp, biting, sulfurous smell that seems to cling to the inside of your sinuses. It's not hard to get a short rest. It's just distracting. You hear a buzzing off in the distance, a little bit similar to the Bone Devil sound. But it's like way off. You barely hear it. Rika gives Esoteric pouty eyes that he doesn't notice for like half an hour before starting to bandage herself up.
Talia will help her wrap her bandages. So she sees her doing it wrong and it's like, here, let me show you. And it goes from 6 to 11.
Mm-hmm.
Not because she's incompetent, but it was just in a hard to reach place.
Say it was 4:30, so you're at about 6 o'clock. Sun's still pretty bright at this point.
All right. Well, we'll just we'll call it there. It's enough for Rika. She gets up from the campfire and walks in the completely wrong direction for about 6 steps before finding her way back towards Talia.
Yeah.
Oh, is this where we're going? Okay.
Following the trail from here. So your newly found hunter skills are starting to really become solidified, and everybody else in the party notices.
I like to think that Talia does it through more sensing instead of the more stereotypical rangery way of doing it. She's like extending her chi to sense.
Okay, life energy.
Yeah, like
where it
nature
might have made an indent in the forest.
Rika has to leave breadcrumbs when she goes to pee to find her way back to the campfire.
This was a big group of devils cohorts, and they leave a trail through the energy of this forest that just stands out like a bright color to you, and you are following it directly back from whence it came. The trees get grayer. The floor turns from like a wet soil into a dry red rock as you continue moving south. You see these flesh piles that you have seen in other places. Somebody came through and killed devils very similar to the ones you fought, or they fought each other or something. Number of crows picking at the dead meat around here.
That's definitely the right direction. Hopefully we can meet up with Delan. Winterhelm? Is that awakened crow still following us?
Yes, he comes in and eats on the flesh piles as you guys pass.
I will turn to Baishra and ask if he can see if the crow is willing to fly ahead and search for the location of our companions and relay that information back to him. To communicate that all to the crow, what our aim is, if it can.
Yeah, I mean, the crow is smart, has a higher intelligence than Baishra does.
Does he really?
Yeah, the awakened animals, their intelligence is 10.
Nice.
Baishra will get the crow's attention.
Hey, Baishra. This is a beautiful beautiful feast. I cannot thank you enough.
If you want more, can you scout ahead and see if you can find where? Trying to think of how to phrase it. All right, find the other druids. Come back when you find them.
What? Just
Also there.
find druid? That's not anywhere near enough information. What are you? What direction? Who? What are you talking about?
It's Dellen, right?
Oh, you want me to go looking for Dellen?
Yes.
Well, I'd imagine she's probably at the city that they have up north. They have a
Dellen
city
is-
called Altand up north. That's pretty much the last place that I think anybody was holding out, or at least that's what I heard back at the camp. But I mean, I could just look around, give you kind of a view of the area. I don't mind doing that. I mean, what are the odds these demons or devils or whatever, are gonna be shooting down crows, right? All right. Yeah. How long should I be looking?
So you find her.
He's like a little peeved that you made him get up from his meal. The flesh of these things is vomit inducing, at least for probably Rika and Talia. Takes off into the trees, or up into the trees, out into the mist, which is kind of far off today. About 40 feet out.
Use a crow flying montage. Rika gets impatient, so we're gonna keep tracking these demons, right? Devils.
Yeah, we may as well continue to thin some out as we're waiting, if we encounter any.
Like, Rika has no idea what just transpired between this crow and...
Baisha asks
Baisha.
Esoteric, are we trying to exterminate all the devils, or are we just trying to get the big bulk of them that Dellen is hiding?
Well, I assumed we were trying to find people to actually help rather than just fighting devils, but it's possible they're not in this area anymore.
Because I can use my wind walk spell, we can just turn to wisps and fly through here much faster. Baisha asks Esoteric to relay that to them, because he doesn't know how to describe that in common.
Right. I will say I don't mind that in general, but the crow probably can't find us if we're in that shape to tell us where to go.
I don't think we should be counting on the crow for anything. You remember the horse, right?
Baisha will say we will be faster.
Talia face palms when there's Esoteric says, "Remember the horse."
Rika says, I miss my horse. I don't miss his horse.
Yeah, I would say if you're able, we should wind walk, because then we can scout the area. We shouldn't even immediately stop upon if we do see devils. We should scout the large area and then go double back to the devils we saw.
Sounds like a good plan to me. If nothing else, then when we meet up with Ellen, we'll be able to give a report of the current situation if she's left the immediate area, so that she's fully apprised.
Baisha begins to cast Windwalk. 68.18 miles per hour. It's 100 foot per second, because it's 300 foot movement. You can dash, that's 600 foot, which means 100 foot every second, which is 60 miles an hour.
You guys are coming into evening. Still pretty bright, but starting to look a little dimmer than the daytime. Which direction do you head?
Well, then I suppose we would finish out the going south to the tip, and then, hug the east edge going north.
Okay.
Yeah, because the crow did that relay through Vishra that the city we're dealing was north of here, but that the fighting was to the south. So we have to assume that all of to the south is just the fighting area. But that would be good to scout and then come back north to where she theoretically is. And hopefully find it that way.
The trees go from being gray to being black. There's no more coating of pine needles across the ground. Everything just seems to be dying. Even the soil's gone, and this red rock, this sulfurous smelling red rock replaces the beautiful soil of the forest. You know you're still in the forest because the mist is so strong, but it is dying down as you move further south. Also, as mist yourself, you might be able to see through mist better. I don't know how that works. But you all feel very wet. You guys see a grove about a half-mile wide of large square and triangle-shaped stones coming out of the ground. This is surrounded by dead trees. Now you're seeing much further out. This feels like almost like it is on a foggy day outside the forest. So you're seeing the shape of this thing. It's about a half-mile wide. This circular formation of stones in the ground. There's rocks jutting up, these red rock, to where they make uneven terrain. It doesn't feel like the north, where everything was just glass, black glass. But this looks like somebody has come through with a flamethrower and just taken out everything in this area around these stones. So there's a wide open glade. You guys pass over that. Everybody sees this creature, this red creature, probably 25 feet tall, carrying a giant two-handed mace, red-skinned, demon-scaled armor. You also see a number of bearded devils around him, and something that looks very similar to the portal you saw in the Underdark, with those red mages that were casting around it. Unless you guys... This is pretty much what you see. You see this Stonehenge type place, and then this creature up on a mound. It looks like the bearded devils are fighting him in some way, or it looks like they know they should fight him. It's a bit like hyenas trying to attack a lion. They keep their distance, and they are waiting for more. So they're kind of staying back. The larger creature knows this, and he is just keeping them back by threat. You guys continue on through the forest. You continue up the east side of the forest. The mist kicks back in, but you are getting towards the very east side of the forest. What you can see here is the high moors. The mist, as you're in this mist form, right along the edge of this forest, it becomes totally clear. You can see a funnel of spots in the sky, top-ended funnel that ends somewhere off to the east, of spinning dragons. You can see the closer ones that look much more like dragons. The farther ones away are just dots, and they make up this kind of funnel shape in the east. This looks almost identical to the grouping of metallic dragons that you saw up in the north a couple weeks ago. You would also see the sky over the high moor is wavy. It's like you're looking down at the ocean from a really tall height, and dimpled. You guys continue heading north into the woods there, I guess.
Well, I'm following Bysher because we can't really communicate in this form, and he's in control of it. So
Yeah, we could signal it to each other to
You
like
guys
have
can
to
see each other, yeah.
go land or whatever.
Well, you're back in the soil now. You've come back a little bit north to the east. The smell's gone. You guys see Merregon here. Another bone devil. You guys see more creatures that Esoteric might know, but of devilish nature. But you guys come down in a little quiet glade of trees. You guys can basically spy on the enemy and then go directly where they're not. You guys just come out of your forms.
I'll spend a minute to revert.
And
Muzak.
Yeah, so it takes a minute and we're incapacitated. So I imagine it's like we have to like tense up, and then like and then like
exactly what it is.
Like the body slowly takes form. Like
You have to. Well, no, it's like you're pulling with your anus. That's what it is. You're pulling your body back.
ugh. This form of travel is so uncomfortable. That's so many dragons.
all right, so what color is the dragon? Did we see that?
Yeah. These are really far off. Even the closest ones to you are miles and miles off. You have heard a lot about dragons, and some of these are still strange looking to you. One of them appears to have stone skin, but with molten running through him where veins would be on a human, or where arteries would be, I guess. You are able to tell just because of the specific color of this one, and it stands out as being the closest, and black itself. So it is a fair assumption that many of the others are chromatic of origin as well.
Seeing so many when we were the Metallics inspired great hope, but seeing that many chromatic dragons, such a combination, is quite terrifying.
Esoteric, you know that thing you saw in the south was a pit fiend. It looks smaller for a pit fiend, but a small pit fiend is still one of the most powerful creatures.
I would say I'm not sure what the group of us are going to be able to do about the situation.
You mean we can't fight a tornado of dragons? But we can report.
I believe the
back.
term is murder of dragons.
Conspiracy,
Is it?
actually.
I wonder if they even know about the dragons. That would be quite the thing to report, as you said, Rika, because nobody's mentioned that. I mean, we knew they were gathering their forces, but
We should send a message.
yes, that's definitely worth notifying about.
Are we? Rika looks down at her shadow. Are we passing without a trace right now? I suddenly feel a little exposed.
Yeah, always. Because it's a free thing I can do with the stuff, so.
But point is, yes, we need to message somebody about the Tornado of Dragons, because that's bad news. But we came down here for the demon situation, which looks equally bad. What was that thing? Esoteric? That gigantic monstrosity?
Yeah, it is something we cannot fight.
Are you sure? I mean, I'm pretty sure I can take it. But Rika looks over at Talia and shakes her head. Okay, yeah. Well, then let's
I'm
report
willing
in
to try.
and get out of here.
It seems like a worthwhile effort, just because, I mean, that's a horrible thing to have here. I understand why it would need to go, but
Paint a picture for us, Talia.
It's huge. I mean, it would wipe out countless settlements, villages, towns. I don't know. Like, I trust Esoteric if he says we can't take it. I've certainly never seen the like before.
How tall is it again? Like 30 feet tall?
This one's closer to 25.
Okay, so it's the size of like one of the giants we met in the flying city, maybe?
Yeah, I would say shorter than that, but also stronger than that looking.
I mean, the stone dragon we fought was as big or bigger, right?
Well,
it's not like
yeah.
unheard of for us to battle something seemingly insurmountable.
I guess.
Do we have...
It would
do
be it would be the greatest challenge we have faced yet, and that is also not accounting for the fact that it is surrounded by hostile creatures.
Yeah, speaking of that, they didn't look friendly with each other. What's that about?
Do I know what that's about?
You would know it's pretty common for any hellish. They're going to try to kill. They're going to try and kill each other if you leave them to their own devices. So somebody is maybe not paying attention to these guys, and that's what's going on.
Yeah.
How many devils are there around the giant one?
Yeah, I see at least 3, but of the bearded devils that we fought previously.
Oh,
the
okay.
things with the bad stingers.
We fought some of those before.
Yeah, one of those was pretty rough, and that's 3.
No,
in addition to the...
We killed that guy like no problem.
He about killed me! Split my side open.
The bone devil was way worse.
That's what they were, weren't they?
No, the bearded things those were just like mooks. They were just soldiers. They weren't nothing. They weren't fighting any different than anything else we fought. They were like no different than the things we just fought with the pole arms. I guess, do we have a way to escape? Do we have any escape plan? I mean, I'm willing to go out there and try to stop this thing if you guys are with me, but I would like to know that we have some sort of escape mechanism.
Well, I mean, fighting it versus fighting it now is a whole different story. I'm up for fighting it, but not right this second necessarily. I think something like that is something we need to.
If we were to go fight it, we would need to rest, absolutely. But I advise that it may not be wise to do so at all at this juncture.
Well, Esoteric's original point was to scout and then find out, let them know the situation as it has evolved, and then fight it together if at all. Which she may not know that thing's there if she's been fighting, smaller hordes.
So, what are the tactics of this thing? Have you ever seen some of this? I mean, you seem fairly knowledgeable about it. So, Tarek, have you ever seen one of these in battle? Not personally, maybe, but
I would share everything I possibly know.
He knows magic resistance. They have a certain amount of spell casting. Actually, you know these guys really well. I mean, you know hellish fiends, hellish creatures. Yeah, he does 4 attacks a turn. He has a fear aura within 20 feet of him. Damage immunities, fire and poison. Damage resistance, cold, bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing from non-magical attacks that aren't silvered. Except for by dragons. It's armor class.
It's weird that they specify that.
It is strange. That's what I thought. You have been instructed to use these before. You've read the manual on this thing before.
Yeah.
that's
Basically, if we ever utilized that Pit Fiend, it was for total and utter annihilation.
Weapon of mass destruction, huh?
That does paint a grim picture.
What is magic resistance?
It means they are less susceptible to certain forms of magic. Most forms of magic.
Yeah, I mean, okay. We definitely need the rest, right? Because you will probably need to have some spells specific to fighting devils, I suppose.
Well, we're gonna need to rest anyway. It's starting to get on in the evening, but we need to find where Dellen and
Alright, so
City
yeah,
is,
so
so
the
that we
message
can
I should be
apprise
sending,
them
I have a very limited amount of messages I can send
and have
before
some
we
more
rest.
Yeah, let's send messages and then rest. Yeah, let's tell Dylan what we see, I guess. And then if she doesn't answer because she's dead or something, I guess we'll try back to Waterdeep.
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna send things to Dallin. I'm gonna make sure I typed her name correctly because I don't want to send to the other fucker.
Right.
And yeah, so I'm gonna say, where are you? We killed one group of devils. We scouted more and saw a pit fiend with more devils, and also separately a large congregation of dragons. Where are you? I'll repeat it.
We are still holding out in Altand. You hear her voice come back. She describes to you how to get to Altand. She says, you follow this large boulder. You will know it when you see it. Follow the center of that boulder straight north, and you will find Altand. Okay. Yeah, we see lots of weird things, and then it cuts off.
Okay, so I relay all that, and then say that we should probably travel there before resting then. But was there anyone else? Actually, we should travel now, and then we could do any more messaging.
I was wondering do we want to travel though? We don't want to fight this thing tomorrow?
Do we?
If we fight this tomorrow, it's to come back with them to fight it. We need to rest safely in the town and then come back with reinforcements and fight it.
Yeah, I think that's the best course of action. I think charging in there, just the four of us, is going to be close to suicide.
Once we're safely back at camp, we can rest as needed, inform others with additional messages if needed, so that they can be aware, if we fail, of the information that's necessary about the dragons. And
I don't know. I feel like, with Baisha's Field of Thorns and my raw power, and I don't know. I feel like we can take this thing out. The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
Yeah, I do have to step back and ask this question. Brad, do you actually feel confident, or are you just portraying Rika as being very confident in Brad?
No, don't answer that, Brad. Don't tell him.
I will ascribe to the master's wishes, I guess. I guess you can tell Rika's scared, but she also probably looks fairly determined. If we wait and we gather our armies, then this thing will wait and gather its armies. It might have a whole.
Well, we're waiting regardless. Is really
True.
crux of it here.
I know. I just thought maybe we should wait here between its path and the city.
If anything, I think it would be better to go travel to the city, rest. Because if we just rest here, they could advance on top of us when we're not ready, and that would spell death for us. I know it would be costly, but perhaps Baisha expend his 6th level spell after we rest to travel back. I know that's costly, but it may be the best course of action. I'd rather be safe when we rest.
well, I get part of it is how far is it from where we're going to here, and what's in between here and there? If there's nothing, then we wouldn't need to do that.
Yeah, like, are there like
You've checked out this area. You already know what's around. You've seen groups of Merregon. You saw one of those snake creatures, the Merilith, but it looks very few and far between. The further you get north, the more it thins out. You guys are already 100 miles north of where you saw this pit fiend. You guys are just making crazy time across this forest.
At least from the devils, we are reasonably safe as far as we can be sure. Like, obviously, dragons could fly in, but at least for creatures on foot, we're probably not liable to be snuck up upon within 8 hours that we know of.
Mhm.
The creatures that we've seen.
Okay. There's no way of knowing. This could be an absolute disaster. There's literally like 30 dragons over there. There's no way we could fight. No way we could fight 30 dragons.
Right, which is why I
Yeah, that's not even a question.
I had initially, proposed that we kind of just give up here. But then you were all gung ho about fighting the devil, and it's like, okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
And then
it's also
Rika's point of view is that, like, this is like our chance to strike behind enemy lines. Like, if we
Right,
get back there.
okay. So James, I mean, so maybe I am being over dramatic. So we saw the pit fiend, and it was just like a group of them. It wasn't like an army.
Bearded devils. No, he did not have an army around him. I assumed you passed through. If you guys would like to have waited there for like a half hour to check it out or something, you can have done that. But from what you saw these creatures kind of poking at the pit fiend. It looked like they were doing it half-heartedly, though. Not like they really were trying to make an attack at the moment.
I mean, I know what we do. We become wisps, go get the other wisps, and we destroy Archimond. I mean, I've seen this movie, so. So they were attacking the pit fiend?
Well, yeah, I would have expected, the kind of never-ending power struggle among the denizens of hell.
That would make Rika even bolder. Is there any civilian, is there any going to be bystanders between here and the city? Because I don't want to just lead this thing to go off on a rampage to the countryside and destroy 6 villages on the way to get to us. But I don't know. I mean, I feel like we could camp here and kind of keep watch, And if it starts moving, maybe we could trail it or something and keep them informed. How long does it? What's the casting time on the Windwalk?
1 minute.
Okay, so it's not a good get out of the fire spell.
That's why it's a minute.
All right. How long does it take to use your Amulet of the Plains?
Well, I can actually plane shift now. I have big boy plane shift. That is one action.
Okay. So we have a get out of jail free card to some degree.
We have to all be able to touch each other.
Well, that and the plane we would go to is hell, so that's like jumping out of the frying pan into the fire.
Well, we get to decide where we go when we get there, right? In theory. I'm sure Esoteric has some friends there or something. Devils have friends? Well, you know what I mean. A safe place to go.
Well, Esoteric's like,
I want to say that was last resort. I am basically AWOL from hell, so if I were to be caught, it would not go well for me.
Oh.
Even less well for us.
That depends on your own personal interpretation. You would probably die, but that's over and done with. I would not be so fortunate.
Yeah, but you did break the rules, so you kind of deserve it.
I disobeyed the order to massacre innocent civilians.
Rika's brain hurts a little bit.
Yeah. Rika scratches her head. Well,
Well, Dellen's
do you guys
already
wanna do?
expecting us to be.
is she? I mean, she doesn't know how long it'll take for us to get there.
Okay, well, Baisha, are you? If we rest here, are you willing to cast Windwalk upon us after our rest?
To what effect?
We would rest here, gather our strength, Windwalk, so we could travel fast back to where we saw the Pit Fiend, and if it is still in a similar situation where it is not an overwhelming force that we could not possibly overcome, we then attack. And if it is not the case, then we go to the city.
Okay, I can do that.
What do you think, Baisha? Do you want to fight the Pit Fiend?
No. Not stronger.
You don't think we can do it?
No.
Okay. Well, if Baisha doesn't think we can do it, then I'm not going to push our luck.
Do you think, as a Baisha, are you suggesting we go to the city to enlist aid and attack it in force?
They couldn't kill the dragon we killed. They will be no help.
And it could be a distraction.
Okay. You think we should just return to Waterdeep and wait for the next Lord's Council thing?
Well, I feel like this is a threat that's worth fighting, don't you? I mean, we're here, we're looking
I
at it.
do. But I mean, I was wondering if Baisha had an alternative.
We leave and seek help of metallic dragons.
I don't know.
Normally they might, but I think in this situation, A, they're still in their meeting and they're not going to disrupt that. They've already told us that. And even if they weren't, they have the threat of the chromatics and Tiamat to deal with. They're not going to change their focus.
I mean, how are we really going to do this, right? Like, Rika says, you know, I've got some new spells I can use to shoot some holes through it. You know, that'll help. You said it's like a spellcaster, right? So you probably got some ways to like do some counter spell stuff. I think that's something you can do, right? I think I've seen you do that before. Right? That's something you can do, esoteric.
No, but that is a thing people can do.
I can punch, kick, and stab.
Yeah, Talia, you're kind of the weak link here. I hate to admit. I'm not sure you're going to be able to do any kung fu hustle on that thing.
And my hands are deadly weapons.
They are, but that thing looks like it knows kung fu too. I mean, it would be a hard fought battle, for sure. And it wouldn't take but a couple unlucky hits for us to lose one of us. So I feel like we're really missing that kind of like key thing to give us the confidence we need to take this thing on. I mean, and I really don't know what esoteric and Bystrat, I really don't know what you can do. You're always kind of like the wild card because you guys can do so many things. So if y'all want to like come up with some sort of plan. Otherwise, I just don't know. I mean, you're the master of devils and demons and stuff, esoteric. Surely there's something you can do. How'd you make that one demon disappear the other day? Can you use that on that thing?
Oh.
Yeah, well, yeah, possibly, but it's going to be much harder on that type of creature.
Is there anything we can do to help to make that more feasible?
No.
Aren't there spells that can make things more susceptible to that type of thing?
Esoteric knows that they have an exceptionally high charisma.
I'm assuming they have an exceptionally high pretty much every good.
Bane gives a minus 1d4 or something, doesn't it?
Yeah, but banishment is concentration, so.
Oh.
But we talked about using magic circle. I don't know if there's really a particularly clever way of using it, but all it would be like a place to retreat to. So I can think of. If we need a place to retreat to cast Windwalk, that would be where we should go, is to a magic circle.
That'd definitely be good to set up beforehand. It's a place to retreat to.
I don't know if it stops. I don't know what it would really do for us. I mean, it would stop it from entering the circle, but I don't know if it would.
So that he can't smash us if we had to like escape for a round or two reprieve while we were trying to figure out what to do next, or heal, or something.
I think there's like a requirement though, right? Like if you deal you can't deal damage to break the circle or something. I don't remember. It's not like it's a.
Oh, I know it's not perfect or invalid.
I just don't remember the.
Inviolate, right?
Well, and if we don't have counterspell or anything like that, then yeah, we're going to be kind of screwed. Can we create an army of Trents? If you guys don't have any plans, then I say we just head back to the city. If there's no ace, if there's no trump card up Bishra's sleeve, then let's leave.
I mean, Mishra primarily is elemental shapeshifter right now, which would be useful. I mean, that's proven quite handy in the last 2 major battles.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah. I don't know much about druids, and druids get crazy shit. Yeah, well, Will, you should cast Summon Planar Ally. Bring us an angel.
His planar allies would be devils.
That would
Some
probably be
of my own pet Fiend.
There we go.
Late evening sets on. It's purple.
I mean, if you cast banishment enough times, it will eventually fail. It's better, but we just need to hold out long enough for your banishment to finally work. Will. We just play defensively. Everybody just hit the dodge action. We can do it. It's a good plan, right? How many times can you cast banishment?
If I'm not casting anything else,
Yeah.
7 times.
That doesn't do anything at higher levels, does it?
Yeah, you can target additional creatures for higher spell slots.
Hey, even that might be helpful too. Those chain devils. The first one you do should be a high level one, so that you can get rid of the chain devils, or bearded devils, or whatever they're called.
Well, that if I have to cast it again, then they're going to be unbanished.
Well, no, they get sent back permanently.
No, they stay on that plane if they successfully stay the full minute.
You could cast it again after a minute and not bring them back, but if he casts it again within that minute,
Yeah, if the spell ends before 1 minute has passed, the target reappears in the space it left.
Okay, so you're right. It's not gonna be very helpful against the other devils.
Well, okay. Here, no, new plan though. If he could do the initial cast and then we make him invisible and like disengage from the fight entirely, like nobody else does anything. He does that to get rid of the three of them and try to get rid of that guy, knowing he's probably going to fail, but at the least, and then wait the minute so that they're gone and then re-engage.
How do we make him invisible?
Well, we have potential ways of doing that, but I mean, he can do that from 60 feet away, so he doesn't have to be. He could like peek over a rock 60 feet away. They wouldn't know where he was to begin with. So that we have that to our advantage. I mean, we could pass without trace, and then I could like cast darkness in a corner or something where he could do it from. I don't know. I mean, he wouldn't be literally invisible, but if he does it from 60 feet away where they don't know he is.
We'll put him in one of those like bush. Disguise him as a bush. You can just creep forward. So he gets within 60 feet. They'll just think he's a bush. I mean, I'm not really sure that like I said, the other devils were necessarily like the main problem. They're not going to be fun to deal with on their own, but
it was just getting rid of added damage that we don't have to deal with while we focus on the other, so that we can hold out longer against him for the real goal.
I mean, we're literally probably just going to be taking dodge actions the whole time. Like I was not joking about that. We're going to be needing advantage on dex saves from fireballs. Except for esoteric.
Fireballs aren't a worry for me. That's like the least of my worries. If that's what he focused on, then I'm in great shape. I'm more worried about the big ass sword or mace or whatever it is. Yeah.
I just don't know that, keeping esoteric out of the fight just to keep 4 bearded devils out of the fight is really that big of a deal. Those guys aren't going to be fun, but if we're taking the dodge action, those guys aren't going to hit anyway. We really need the big guy taken out as soon as possible. The bigger, I guess the better thing is going to be like keeping esoteric from losing. Do you have Warcaster?
Yeah.
Okay, well that's good. At least there's that. But let's just say he gets lucky and he takes out the Pit Fiend in the first banish, and then he's got bearded devils beating on him.
That's why I think the Alpha Strike version of it needs to be high level where you targets them all, because if you're lucky enough to get the Pit Fiend out on the first one, the bearded devils are going. I mean,
I'm not saying you shouldn't try, but I'm saying if it inevitably, if it does fail on the Pit Fiend, then, let the Chain Devils pop back in and cast it a second time the next round on the Pit Fiend. I don't think it's worth taking out, 3 of the 5 little guys and having to wait for a minute. I mean, you're right. Okay, you're right. If they don't know where esoteric is, he's hiding behind a boulder, and they're just like looking around like idiots for like a whole minute. Great. I'm not saying we shouldn't do that, but I'm just saying, if the shit hits the fan and we're actually in combat, actual fighting for our lives, then the focus needs to shift to getting the Pit Fiend out of the way.
I agree, but I think one person effectively hard seeing 3 or 4 other things is good action economy, and to throw that away is inefficient, especially at the level of the spell he would be casting that at.
I mean, I can probably kill all 5 of them with the chain lightning. It's like with one. I mean, it's not that big a deal, and they can't hardly hit us anyway. If they start whacking on Earth Elemental,
I think you're thinking about the little pike guys from last night. That's not what these are.
These are bearded devils. You saw a couple up north. Is the last time you saw these. They were fighting alongside the cultists there outside of Chuth's lair.
Yeah, like they didn't even get a swing in on us hardly. They're like CR5 or something. They're not a big deal.
Rika has an aneurysm.
I'm just trying to put it in perspective.
It was a small aneurysm. It's okay. You're young.
Oh no, she got that much dumber. I don't know. I mean, no plan survives contact with the enemy, but it's ultimately going to be up to Will to make that tactical decision. So, what would Baisha do? Just turn into a monster and start fighting, start wailing and stuff?
Baisha would leave.
He just leaves us there. He's like, nope, not fighting a pit fiend. You guys are dumb. See you later.
No, if you want to do it, Baisha will do it. But if you ask Baisha's opinion is going to be week off and leave this thing alone. And wait until something else that's stronger that can take care of it.
Okay.
That being said, Baisha will help if you go on, and he'll do it.
I mean,
he's not going to fucking start casting Windwalk the first round of combat, if that's what you're asking.
it's really nice you're not patronizing Rika right now. But if you all have the 18 wisdoms, and if you guys think we should leave, then we should leave.
Well, to be fair, our other options at the moment are we go to the town and then maybe something develops between now and the left we take and something we don't know happened, or our other option is to just return to Waterdeep and wait for the meeting with a week. So this is really the only thing in front of us to do at the moment.
I mean, yeah, I'm gonna feel like an asshole if Rika goes back to Waterdeep and just sits on her hands for the next 5 days, but it's better than being dead. So. And frankly, I'm not sure what, like Talia could fight these bearded devils all day long and not even break sweat. Rika says, I really don't want to see Talia up there trying to punch this giant thing with a flaming sword. I mean, yes, you can fight a dragon, but I mean, we all kind of saw how that went. Sometimes things don't work out in our favor.
Since we're very undecided, I say we just go back to the city, touch base there, rest, see what develops, and then decide from there, possibly leave.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's go back to town, or to the town we haven't been to yet.
First time to. All right.
Yeah, Talia's okay with that just because that was kind of where she wanted to begin with. Not with the purpose of leaving, but her original plan was to go to the town and then come back with reinforcements. So this is kind of step one to that. So if we do come back with reinforcements, great. If we don't, we don't. Talia's going to probably follow Esoteric's lead in this, since he has more experience and knowledge about what we're fighting. So if she's going to lean into what he says, not dismissing Rika's thoughtful considerations, but weighing that against how much is hopeful confidence versus realism and that kind of thing. So she's and knowing her own limitations in this battle, so she's going to be somewhat relieved to be going back to town and touching base with our allies, and then maybe coming up with a firmer plan by morning.
Yeah, I think the druid should just cast heat metal on the demon sword, or the devil sword, and make him drop it. We'll be all right.
They start turning into wisps.
And we concentrate to turn back in the wind and there are clouds and.
You are so right. It is. It's the other way.
Yeah,
Flip yourself inside out.
You're dumping your corporeal form.
Okay. Anyway, you guys
Certainly
are missed.
Follow the direction. Oh, I guess I'm leading because I was the one who's got directed.
Yeah.
11. It's still you. It's hard to screw this up. There's a mountain that one side of it is very smooth, and then the other side of it is just like, it looks like a circular rock, but it's hundreds of feet high on that side. You can't really tell what it's made of. But anyway, it's noticeable, and she said go north from that rock. And you guys go straight north, and you guys find these bulbs start erupting in the trees. like honeycomb looking, where the tree has shaped itself around. And you think it might just be something to do with this part of the forest, but you eventually see that there's ornate carving and threading around the arched entrances to these little honeycombs in the trees. It appears to be an elven town. There's also, now that you're looking around, you can see there are stairs built into trees, but not as if they've been cut in, as if the tree has grown stairs, and it returns to its natural form outside the stairs as well. You begin to see wood elves, other fighters. There's probably 30 people here right now, 35 people. Some of them are around a campfire. Some of them are sparring. You see bridges up between the trees and circular platforms in the trees. Since you're mist, you can just like fly up into the trees and look for Delan. Is that what you do? Or do you come out of your form and go looking for her, I guess?
I think Rika would be really nosy and she'd just fly around as a wisp and just kind of check everything out.
No, I would. I mean, that's she's free to do. What I would, I would touch down at the entrance to the area and reform.
Am I sure? Of course, I'm sure. I'm Rika. Rika's always sure of these foolish things.
These are men and women at war. You see a lot of things. I don't know if you're familiar with seeing before. Not much, at least. Most of the camp is surrounding this campfire, so it's all very kind of normal out there, even though there's a lot of people with swords or some sort of metal weaponry. They seem to be going in and out of doing duels. But you're also going to see all the other stuff that happens in camp if you're really going around checking where everybody is.
She's not checking every nook and cranny. She's just going to look through all of the obvious sidewalks.
That's not what you said. Would eventually find Delan. It's going to take a little while, though.
I don't know that Rika's really looking for her in any particular organized way. So I think she's just kind of zipping around and having fun.
Yeah. You end up following some squirrels around who are up high in the branches. They appear to be winged squirrels. So that's exciting. Esoteric, you come into your corporeal form, however it happens, and you say, well, they look in your direction. You get multiple bows pointed in your direction in the blink of an eye.
Right. Yeah. So I raise my hands and gesture of peace. Say, "Hail, we well, I don't know. Did anyone accompany me?"
Yeah, I would have followed you now.
Are you going to enter this town sensibly and in view of the people, or are you going to fly around like a miscreant?
Oh, I'm not an idiot, no. Yeah, I'm gonna walk in normally.
Okay, so there's the three of us forming there. So I have my hands up and say, "Hail, we come at the invitation of Dylan Winter person. What's the name? Winter Hound Helm."
Yes, Deadland Winterhound.
Okay. To which I replied, "Dylan Winterhound invited us.
Yeah.
She is expecting us."
He says, we'll see about that. He snaps, run and check on that, is what he says, but it's an elven.
But only Talia hears that, because Rika is doing God knows what.
Rika has found another Hipsel woman with strawberry red hair. Well, her head hair is strawberry red, and then her deer body is like a red brown, but not anywhere near the color of her head hair.
Okay. I buzz around her. as a wisp. Make twinkly sounds. I get bored and I go look for Talia.
Eventually, the kid who had sent off in the first place, I think kid, he's probably almost 20 by human years. But he brings the message back and he says, yes, she says she just spoke to them and she would like to see him up and...
All right.
Yeah, he leads you up.
Oh, just so you know, there is one more of us. I don't know where she is currently. She's probably flying around as a cloud.
I can't tell the men to stand down. Everybody.
I mean, it's a
try
blonde.
not to shoot.
Yeah, it's a blonde half elf. You're a half elf, right?
Yeah, try not.
Yep.
To, try not to shoot any blonde half elves should they appear. And everyone's like, just gives him a weird look, and he's like, just come on, I'll take you to Della. Leads you up this staircase that is built by the tree, basically. Up towards one of the higher levels in one of these honey bulb rooms. The trees have grown out spaces, and leads you inside. It's dark, it's lit by 3 candles around the room. But you guys are getting on into night here. There's almost no sunlight left. Delenn stands up and comes over to you, and she says, thank you for coming, finally. I am excited to see you. I don't know, I got that message, but I don't know what that even means. A pit feed?
I briefly explain, big devil guy, general characteristics of it.
Oh. Crazy. I mean, we've been fighting off those little ones, the pikemen or axemen or whatever.
Merregons.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you probably know better than I would what they're called, but yeah. I mean, hopefully we'll have a hope now. We can actually fight those snake things now that you're here. Might even get a shot at a bone dragon. Here, please, everybody come in. And she gestures around her room. There's a number of seats grown into the wall. The furniture is very plain. There is no ornament on the inside of this tree where it grows out into chairs and into sitting tables. And she invites you in.
Sit down.
So, have you just come to join our assault? Or did you have
We wanted
any
to
plan of
see.
your own?
We just wanted to see what the situation was here firsthand before we made any decisions.
I have just over 50. I have 52 fighters. We have been doing our best to hold them off, and we can. But if the snakes or the bone devil come, we just don't have a chance. It's just better for us to run. Once we're gone, they don't do anything to our cities. But now, with you guys are here, we should be able to fight some, right?
Certainly a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, we're playing defense. I don't even know how to play offense against these guys. We're spending all day, every day, just keeping them out.
Have you any defenders to spare that you could send with us to take the fight to the pit fiend?
All of them. Yeah, if we're gonna finish this, we take everybody, right?
If he goes, then the likelihood of additional reinforcements from the snake people and the bone devils that you had will diminish.
If we kill him, that's the end of it, right? That's it?
That is the hope, but until we do, your cities would be undefended on the way there, by the others.
They don't have much interest in our cities. They don't have really any interest at all in our cities, except for mere curiosity, but really their bloodlust outweighs almost any curiosity. They'll end up killing each other before they end up breaking apart a tree. They just don't care enough about the tree.
So you could have all 50 fighters accompany us tomorrow then?
We are going to have to push through everything to the south. Because that is a giant force. This is not going to be stealth. We're going through and we're going to clear out everybody. And we're going to do it quick. We're going to do it in like 2 days. If it were my choice on what to do next, this is what I would do. But I realize you guys are the spearhead of this plan. And if you have any input, if you guys wanted to go down stealthily, just playing this out.
No, an all-out attack is probably the better bet.
Okay.
We had been working on a plan before we decided to come here first.
Then I can't imagine we're not going to hit everything on the way. If we're taking that many people, they're going to hear us coming, so we're going to.
Well, we had one
one
potential plan we could enact is you give us 6 of your best fighters to take with us, and while we blitz them, while you bring the force in more slowly, the goal would be to remove the Pit Fiend from the equation.
Okay, so we push south while you are coming up from the south.
I'm just spitballing here. So I have magic that could potentially banish the Pit Fiend, but it is a volatile magic that is not guaranteed to work, so it could take multiple attempts.
We could give you some time. Definitely, if we're all there. If it's a few of us, yeah, I have some people who are extremely nimble, good at dodging. I could definitely have them try to taunt whatever this creature is.
Well, so I'll say to both, to the group at large, say, so do you think we should, march forward with the bulk of force, or do you think we should do a blitz attack with just us and a small group? Because, by the way, because you don't know, Windwalk can be cast on 10 people. That's why I said 6 people.
I was about to ask that. Do we have a way to get those people?
Yeah. I was thinking because our original plan was just try to banish a Pit Fiend and then just hold on until that takes effect, and we were going to do that with just the 4 of us. If we had 6 more people with us, that's already more than double of our original plan. But should we just go with the main force instead?
Yeah, but we're going to have to actually fight through that though, and that's going to dwindle our resources. I like the idea of taking 6 of theirs with us to provide that extra. I think that should be sufficient to enact our plan.
I could send. Yes, I could put together my 6 best.
Do you have any proficient spellcasters that could potentially counter offensive magics so that we don't have to watch our backs as much with regard to that? We take the offensive.
She would be part of that. Yeah, definitely in that top tier. She's not an incredibly high level caster, but she does have a silence. I've seen her use at least that much. She's mainly tried to heal people, but she doesn't do it by magic. She does it by hand, basically. So you might have to ask her specific limitations. But I assume you need somewhere to stay for the night, at least. If that is the decision you have made to move forward with, then we could.
Brad, do you have any input?
Well, Rika's not really here.
I know Rika's not there, but would Rika have input anyways? I'm asking.
Rika found a fawn.
Rika's grunting, trying to turn back into Rika and just failing over and over again. She keeps getting halfway and is
there's
collapsing.
Instead, there's like a puff of gas that escapes from the cloud.
Gross.
And then once she learns she can make that sound, she just can't stop doing it. So she's just flying around making fart sounds.
This fawn looks confused. I'm just
Um,
kidding. This could have happened earlier. You can be
the
in
battle
this meeting
plan-
as well.
What was the battle plan? Take the 6.
Oh, yeah, so because when walking chaos to 10 people, so it'd be the 4 of us, which we're already planning, and then 6 more people. That would just add to our number of people who are, there to soak hits or whatever.
One of which we specified was a caster that could potentially deflect some of his offensive magic so we don't have to watch our backs as much.
Yeah.
Just any additions or special requests to make consideration to plan for.
Yeah, I think that is our best course of action. We should sleep on it to, finalize decisions in the morning. That's how we'll loosely proceed for now.
Okay, I will have them set you up.
Thank you.
Yeah. Quick question. Do you all still want me to not do Hero's Feast now that we know that it has frightened stuff?
Talia's fine without it, but it may be helpful for you all.
How much does a Hero's Feast cost again? 5,000 gold?
1,000. I have one more bowl that can do it.
1,000?
Sure. I know I bought 2 bowls that.
Yeah, whenever we prepared for it last time, Zach paid enough for 2, and we've only tried to use 1.
Oh, I know. I just wonder how much it would cost.
But yeah, they're 1,000. And
Going forward, I just want to know how much. How often can we do this?
Once a
So
day.
1,000 gold. Yeah. 1,000 gold, and what's Hero's Feast give us about frightened condition?
Can't be frightened at all.
it's just a non-issue. It negates
Well,
it.
that sounds ideal since it's
Yeah.
a DC 21 recast roll 20. No, recast roll 22 to pass a will save.
That's not going to happen.
Yeah, but also it counts for our allies as well.
Yeah, and we're going to have 10
Yep.
people there. And so, yeah, we definitely should do that.
We'll never get more use out of it, probably.
Yeah, this will be the most optimal time to use it.
Well, okay, but now we ask.
Just tell-
I remember.
Just tell them that it costs 100 gold per person, so
Oh.
they owe us.
7th was Whirlwind, 6 was Windwalk to get us back, Wind to...
Well, how about this?
fight this stuff.
So I know Heroes Feast, but I didn't prepared. So Bisher and I will combo cast it with my 7th level thoughts.
No.
Yeah, if you both cast it at 3.5 level. or third
Oh, it's a
level.
6th level spell, so
Just
only
doesn't
3rd level.
taste as good.
Just combine 2 third level spells.
However,
That's not the bowl we
Dellen would
need.
hear you talking about this, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, Zach has a bowl. It was just a spell slot.
Well, we're not going to turn down their free bowl.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah,
Well,
of course you need a bowl.
Yeah, good point.
She tells you they will find you. This is an entire empty village of ancient elves. There's a bowl around here somewhere. We'll find you one worth 1,000 gold. That's not
All
a
right,
big
yeah,
issue.
and then in the morning we shall feast before departing.
So yes, she sends one down with you. She actually, you guys hear elves running around in the night over the bridges and stuff, searching this entire city. It's like 50 people searching a city that's made for 5,000 elves who are living alone or with one other person. Throughout, each spread out across this wood. It's a huge range across the space of this. She's sending out groups of men to go search this entire area over the course of the night while you guys are sleeping.
From trade
Right,
from.
Otari Leocards. She sent you a message last night that listed these things. You guys had talked about it previously,
Mm-hmm.
so she was just checking in to see if any of those things worked for you. She kind of gave you the basic layout of a few different items that she has, and that's what she told you basically over the course of 2 message spells, I think.
Okay. Does she mean all of them or one of them?
She says, I was thinking one of those items, I was giving you a selection. Half plate with lightning resistance, no attunement. Alchemy jug, Belt of Frost
Belt.
strength, Sovereign Glue. She says she can keep looking, basically.
Mm-hmm.
It will be a relic here.
I mean, a belt of frost giant strength is worth way more than an alchemy giant. To most people. Well, to adventurers. I mean, I guess an alchemy jug to a common person might be amazing. Yeah. Unlimited mayonnaise, after all.
So you have that information, but on its surface, it kind of does seem kind of like a one-ended deal a little bit. But still, if it's there, should you ever want to pursue it.
Back.
So I guess Rika writes all this down and leaves it on the bedside before she goes to sleep.
She probably
And
has
then
Talia
Talia finds
write
it.
down, actually.
Oh yeah. Talia, write this. Dictate this for me. Or transcribe, or whatever the word is.
Oh yeah, I'll grab a spare book because I'm not taking up space in my journal with this because this is kind of one of those things you end up tearing out, and I'm not doing that shit. So I grab my book that's specifically for this kind of bullshit because Rika asks me this all the time.
Is it quick, write
Right,
this on my boob.
No.
Get a full night's rest.
Everybody know what spells they're learning? Morning
Stretches.
ritual, stretches, take a shower, say our prayers, put on our war paint, have our last meal.
The elves are pretty solemn as well. They're out having breakfast around in little wooden bowls. They look like they're plating up and getting ready to attack. Eventually, Delan brings you down her selections. She brings you down that red-haired Hibsil that you were looking at. She introduces her as Chariea. She is the one who has a counterspell. Chariea says that, yes, I can do it twice.
Okay.
She gives you a couple fighters. Same elf from last night, Aemonor, and a number of other fighters who she introduces. As
Rika
soon as I
puts war
find
paint on each
elf
of them.
names. They are mostly fighters, but they are at your disposal. Delan Winterhound tells you, we will try to keep some busy up here. I hope it helps.
Rika convinces Talia to put war paint on all of our faces. Rika's face gets painted like a white tiger. Esoteric gets to be a panda.
When Delan sees you, she just shakes her head.
Talia's gonna be a black fox.
Okay, I guess some levities. I mean, good luck today. It's gonna be, it sounds like a hard-fought battle. And thank you for killing Chuth, by the way. I haven't seen you since then. I
Yeah.
heard about it. You guys could tell she just looks exhausted. Everybody here looks completely exhausted.
Right.
In the morning, sunken eyes, like oily skin, uncleanliness in the way that you saw among some of the other elves.
Like how they get kind of like dirty as they get
Matted, right?
demoralized.
And she arrives in the morning with it's
Okay.
pearl. It's got a serpent going from the very center at the bottom around and around in concentric circles, almost up to the top, where it turns into a green stone bowl of jade. And she hands it to whoever, to Baishra. I think she knows that would be a you thing.
Oh, good luck, everyone.
Does anyone have any idea? Any revisions of the plan they want to share? Or are we proceeding as already stated?
Well, everybody should do their best to be on the defensive and spread out in case lightning bolts and fireballs and cloud kills and whatever other weird, crazy, magical things might happen. Other than that, just like I said, stay on the defensive. Don't be a hero. Like, what is the plan, though? Are we going to try to banish it, or are we going to try to kill it?
We're going to try to banish it.
I think the initial high-level banish with all the targets is the first thing, and then we go from there, depending on how...
Okay, well, so I guess here... Okay, so let's get into the nitty-gritty right now. Am I literally just going down my spell list? Like, am I sacrificing my ability to cast Plane Shift and Heal to try to banish more, multiple things?
I'm just not worried about the bearded devils.
I mean, if it was left up to me, I would probably just spam it at the lowest level possible, just targeting it. And then if I have to cast higher levels, and then I will target something else too. But
yeah, that makes sense. With the additional people we have, we could probably just take out the Daredevils really quickly now. So yeah, I agree with the new circumstances.
We'll all fly to the area. I'll describe to the 6 newcomers what the Windwalk feels like and how to shift in and out of it, and then we'll land near where the targets are, not on top of them, but near them, and shift out, and then we will rush into attack. Priority is to try to banish the large pit fiend, but attack and defend as needed.
I do have a question. Like, could Baisha do that thorn field thing and then like become a earth elemental and then fight it inside the field? Like could you like trap it in the field and fight it there so like it can't come get us? Or at least so it would be deterred to come after us? Does that even make sense? Like you could cast the thorn field around it and then you could become an earth elemental and then burrow under the earth under the field and then pop up inside of it and fight it there. And that way it like would be deterred from coming after the rest of us.
It can fly, can't it?
It did have wings. I don't know whether it can fly or not, but it has wings.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to do anything to it. It would just be him and Zach, and then it could potentially fly. So.
Okay. If it has wings, then never mind.
Do you want me to do a Hero's Feast? Because I can do that and Windwalk, but then that's my 2 highest level spells gone. Okay.
I mean, we can always buy more Hero's Feast components, I guess, later, right? Theory.
In theory.
I can't believe we have 7th level spells and don't have anything that can help at all against this thing.
No, I mean, what's more helpful than getting rid of it?
Isn't there a higher level banish that we were talking about the other day?
I mean, I think there is, but not one I have.
Can Plane Shift not?
Yeah, I can Plane Shift offensively, but it's a touch spell, and it's still a Charisma saving throw. But unlike banishment, if it does go through, bam, they're stuck there. There is no concentration for a minute thing. Boom, it's done. But it's a touch spell, and I only got one go at it.
All right, here's my stupidly wild idea.
Do you need me to leave to talk about this openly?
Baisha casts polymorph on it and turns it into a squirrel over and over again until he succeeds. And then once it's a squirrel, that'll last for an hour. And it's a wisdom save, so it's a lower saving throw probably. And then while it's a squirrel, you can cast banishment on it 17 times in a row.
But I mean, it's still waiting for a spell to take effect. And
I know,
also,
but it's an easier saving throw.
Well, no, because I thought they keep their mental stats on their animal.
No.
Oh.
Yeah, you turn into it. Wild shape,
Yep.
you keep what stats yours are higher.
Yeah, I guess the way I look at it is that like you and Esoteric can both be simultaneously casting those things. And yeah, it might not work, but even just 2 rounds, that's 4 spell casts that he has to save against. But
Not a bad idea, but it's like, what are we missing out on for Baisha doing otherwise?
I mean, it's a 4th, so it's not cheap.
Use it or anything like that.
What
What
are we eating, Baisha?
do you think Baisha's gonna make?
Just a bunch of meat.
Hmm?
Breakfast meat.
Do you
Sausage.
really?
Some of it cooked, some of it not cooked.
The elves, there are multiple elves who tell you they will not eat meat. They will not take part in this hero's feast. if you
Right,
make
yeah,
it.
that's the thing. I feel like Baisha's a druid. I feel like he would. I'm not saying he would be chowing down on salads, but I feel like he would still understand
I think in
the
this
value of eating that.
or the value of
It's
putting it
different
out.
between value of eating it and me not being evolved to eat it.
Yes, not for yourself, but I'm saying in general, having other things than just meat in the feast at all, so that the elves will eat it.
I mean, yeah, okay.
They gave me the bowl. I'll
Yeah,
abide
that's
what they
like-
want.
Just like the table's like a gradient. It's the uncooked meat, it's the cooked meat, and then it's like all the vegetarian stuff.
Just make sushi grade. It'll be fine.
The flies are just like extra protein.
Are they pescatarians? Or they're vegan, probably, right? Because they're fucking elves.
Yeah, as you're mumbling this, I guess Rika's super grumpy in the morning, just mumbling at the table. Fucking
Talia is a very much non-vegan elf. She is chowing down on some meat,
Cooked or not cooked?
cooked meat. Rare in the
Okay.
case of steaks, but
What
like
kind? Yeah, is it steaks or is it deer? Is it boar? There's all sorts of. I mean, are you just making a good selection of
There's like
everything?
the cliche like pig with like an apple in his mouth.
Of course. Yeah, that's at the beginning. That's at the center of any real table.
Any hero's feast has to have that.
Everybody knows that. That should be the requirement for the spell. Is that actual pig? I think we're off subject. Anyway, all sorts of meats across this beautiful long table.
All lizard folk have like one of those bars that you can swim up to, in the lake, in the swamp. Like a tiki bar in a pool. Those things. Yeah, so this monster is going to be able to pretty much flatten us in 1 round. So I think we're just gonna have to just deal massive damage to it. I don't know. I guess is the banishment still, you think, the best bet?
Plus 12.
It's extremely
Yes,
unlikely.
Well, no, yeah.
But
So
it
I
will-
mean, I think
also magic resist.
everyone should plan accordingly. My turns are going to be used on banishment, but you should be doing whatever you need to be doing because it's not like damage will affect positively or negatively.
I know, but yeah, okay.
Is Rika now saying, now that you have the hard numbers in front of you, which you would have had all this information before? Are you saying we should not be doing this now?
Well, it's gonna take 10 casts of us beating on it with spells to kill it anyway. I mean, I don't really know what else to do, but I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I honestly don't know what to do, and it's just this is gonna be dangerous.
We leave and come back.
It was gonna be dangerous. We knew
The
that.
elves are looking to you guys for advice on this. They're looking at you as you guys plan this out for the day, and they're trying to figure out what you want them to do, basically.
Okay. Esoteric, can you I know you're gonna be casting banishment, so you can't use concentration or anything else. But is spiritual weapon concentration? Or are you gonna be using that?
I'm not
For
going to be
your-
using it now. Because it's garbage and I use my spell slots for healing. The past 3 times I've cast Spiritual Weapon, it doesn't hit anything, and then it takes forever to move once the thing I cast it next to dies.
Yeah. I mean, we definitely can make a dent in this creature, but it's going to be a hard-fought battle. And if it gets even one round on a single one of us, except for maybe Barshrub, if he's in some special form, I mean, it's going to take me down unless I mean, maybe if I start channeling shields and stuff into it, I'll be all right for a little while. But that thing hits like a truck. That thing hits like a pit fiend.
Esoteric would know that pit fiends usually their style is to hit with all of their body at once, basically, do it in a flailing motion. And so it's not very likely they focus all their attacks on one person in one round. Not that it's not going to hurt a lot.
I have to be careful not to be grouped up since he can cast Fireball at will, so we need to make that an unoptimal choice so he doesn't choose it.
These are elven archers. They pull out bows. They say, would this be more appropriate? They get 1 attack per turn with a bow, but they can do that from range if you want that.
I mean, some should do that while others shouldn't. It's just going to be a matter of how we utilize them.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to take one hit and die. So, I mean, if they want to live, they should use bows, but.
Chargea says, yeah, my only attack is a bow. I'm not going anywhere near you guys.
I mean, I think our what we're going to have to do is just hope that it tries to stick on our elemental Bishra.
Well, it's also can be hurt by silver non-magical weapons. I can't.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's true. Do the archers have silvered weapons? That's
Yes, they do. Actually.
or magical ones.
These are the top of their top. Yeah, these are actually magical +1. Some of them are silver, but most of them are +1 anyway.
Okay. They're demon hunters. Got it. This is what they do.
Oh, that's okay. They'll just have enough leech to stay up.
Okay, so what are possible proactive solutions to poison? Ideally, we don't get it
does
at
it
all.
poison?
Spite attack does poison.
Does the Hero's Feast do anything for poison? It does, right? We get resistance to poison or something. I thought that's why we wanted to use it against the
Fear is why. A creature is cured of all diseases poison and becomes immune to poisoning and being frightened.
Okay, so we're immune to poison too. Good.
We're immune to poisoning. It's a condition, not to poison damage.
You becomes immune to poison and being frightened.
Oh. Well, immune to poison would probably be the condition and the damage.
Yes.
May I have some Brussels sprouts? One of the elves says.
I will pass them down to him since they're in front of me currently, and I have not touched them, and nobody at this end of the table will.
He puts it in between all of them, and they kind of reach over and take out of the same dish.
Heroic Brussels sprouts. First cooked by Sir Brussel.
This is like first thing in the morning for these guys. They're like, who is this chick? Like, we were told about her, but...
Okay. So, I don't know. Any other thoughts? My companions? I just feel like maybe the elves are better served not dying and just peppering them while we but I mean, I realize to get them attacking twice per round's, mathematically probably better, but they also would die pretty much in one melee hit. Yeah, I think the elves should start out probably doing longbow attacks, and then if things start getting desperate and we really need them to start soaking blows for us, they can run in on melee.
I agree in principle, but Amonor should probably be in melee from the start. He gets 5 attack, and he has
That's
higher
true.
AC and higher hit points, so he's probably.
Sorry, I meant just the generic Mook warriors. Yeah, Amonor's, that's a different story. You're right. Good call. I kind of forget about him.
Spend the morning having a rather nice feast, considering everybody's laughing a little bit nervously, feeling awkward. The word of what a pit fiend is apparently has got around, and you can tell these elves who look like hardened veterans look concerned. But it is kind of a nice breakfast, which is weird. I think they would ask for something citrusy with something expensive.
Windwalk.
So you all turn into gaseous forms.
And we all explained how it works and blah blah blah.
It's like it's the exact opposite of hunger, but it feels exactly the same. And you rip yourself into a gaseous form and take off over the trees. You're going to have plenty of time to look over the scene. Today you guys have hundreds of feet of line of sight. You very quickly get up out of the mist layer. At the top of the trees, you're already above the mist layer, which is not normal for this forest. And so it's very good visibility, and you guys are having time to come in and check this out. Check out this, what's going on here beforehand. You come down into this kind of Stonehenge. There's like a Stonehenge of rocks jutting up out of the ground in this wide 3/4 mile circular shape that looks somehow ceremonial, is covered in red rock. All the trees have died around the area. So you guys have a little less than last time. You show up, you see there's 2 Barb Devils with him this time. It looks like one of the Barb's Devils has taken like a slight hit.
Are they all inside of the Stonehenge structure, or are they outside of it?
This is like right in the center of it. So it's
that's a big structure.
It's equally radiant in all directions from this portal.
Okay. And we're inside of it now because it's huge. It's a huge Stonehenge.
It is.
Right?
It is.
Okay.
I'm saying you guys are getting close enough. You guys are able to check out the area. Nobody's going to see you in a gaseous form. Well, no. Actually, if you get too close to the thing, it will. Probably. It probably has something like True Sight. Well, Esoteric, I think, would have probably explained what that was.
It just sees us swimming through the air.
Yeah, I mean, we're just going to just land, spread out, disperse, land, and begin our attack. I think that's the battle plan. Just.
Yeah.
3 bearded devils, one of them slightly injured. They see you coming in. You would be able to come out of your gaseous form within a ways of him and do it kind of safely, come in as you're gaining your form back. Expelling hunger.
Yeah, I mean, I would say we would probably spread out.
Okay, whenever you guys are ready to go, roll initiative. And
well, like where exactly? Like what are the limits of our opening positioning here?
You are coming out of this form. He can see you, but he can see all of you in different directions. He's not running at any of you. He seems to be letting you come to him as you recorporealize. So anywhere in this area is fine. You could even show up around him if you wanted to. I could just move the map over.
Is this terrain here, or is it just for decoration?
No, the terrain is actually there. It's like a 10-foot.
So these are like
rock.
actual cavern ravines. These are actual ravines.
You will have to climb up them.
And I would have put my Aegis on Bishra and Talia.
This piffing, this huge scaled creature just sees you guys corporalizing and coming towards him, and he just lets out a guttural scream into the air. All of his muscles tensed. He just looks like an animal.
I'm sure glad I ate those Sir Brussels sprouts.
The elves laugh uncomfortably.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to. Is there darkness over here somewhere that I could teleport to?
Good question. You see where that portal is? That portal is up about 10 feet in the sky. So it's shining light over here, but behind that tree, you would have... Yeah, behind the dead trees, you would be able to find, like, pretty deep shadows, because there's really, like, one consistent light.
So, like, either here or here. Either way, anyway, I teleport to here, and use some movement to go to there, and I'm going to attack this bearded devil with my Dread Ambusher strike.
Yeah, you can see he already has a gash across him where there's poison seeping into his chest. He takes a kind of a wild swing at you and falls back, but he still looks able.
The normal attack that follows on as part of that. It's just more of sneak up behind him to do the initial strike, which is going to be a long strike across his back that kind of like turns him with the momentum to where he's facing me, and then do with the my sword still raised, bring it down his chest now that he's turned around to kind of cut him, front and back, to have him spill out. And then in the same motion as my sword comes down, I will use the rest of my movement, because I only use 5 feet, to backflip down this ravine and land here to do the extra attack action, part of my attack on this guy.
Talia just brings the dope monk shit right off the bat. Just jumping around the map. That hits. The bearded devils have a low armor class. They have almost no armor on, but they do look pretty hale as far as like lesser devils. Mm-hmm. Yep. Another good slice.
My archer friend here is going to... Actually, he's going to see what I have done, and he's going to stay kind of crouched, making himself as small as possible from the Pit Fiend, because nobody else has attacked the Pit Fiend yet, and this guy certainly isn't going to be the first one to do so.
Oh, he's taking a shot with a bow? Is that what's happening?
He's taking a bow shot at the guy I'm interacting with, guy I'm fighting. Taking advantage of his distraction to try to shoot him in the back.
Yeah, he's really excited to be not attacking the Pit Fiend in melee at the moment.
At all. He's like, I'm not going to be the first person to shoot that guy.
I'll shoot these guys all day. I could do this for practice.
Alright, it's 15 foot of movement there, which puts me in 60 feet, so I cast Management.
Oh shit.
Yep.
Okay. See the banishment seeping into his pores and running down his veins, and he tenses his muscles and expels the magic from him.
This is like a raised mesa, though, right?
Right.
Then I'm just gonna have ML. He will attack the bearded devil with his bow. Okay.
Charrier can also attack with the bow.
Piercing damage? Do they have multi-attack on ranged?
No.
Okay. 8 piercing damage to that bearded devil, and then wait, does she have spells though?
She looks like she's freaking the fuck out. She's like, "Hey, can I kind of find my own way here?"
Yeah.
She's like running around back and forth, pacing in her.
Right.
I'm gonna start off by casting Aura of Vitality quick.
I like to think because you're in the air elemental form, it's like the aura of vitality is these coalescing storm clouds wisping around as if they're starting up in a tornado, but they instead kind of mist onto people.
Aemonor's gonna move up 30 feet to there.
Kind of like rushing Jade Wind, except not green.
He's going to come in the way that allows him to get the most amount of hits. Okay, he's going to start with you, Talia, and that's his first attack, so it's a bite.
You get attack on Titan. He just fucking tears you in half and eats you.
That's piercing damage. Make a Constitution saving throw.
No, I'm immune to poison.
Okay, do not make a Constitution saving throw. And I'll take my second attack with the tail at Esoteric.
As soon as he attacked Talia, can I use my reaction to teleport and do a counter strike?
Here's what he will do. He's going to hit you, and then he's going to take that hit on Esoteric.
That hits.
The next one is on you, Esoteric. He jumped off this ledge, took a bite at Talia as he was slithering, crawling on all fours off this huge rock that just looks tiny under him, down towards Esoteric, and gets a few strikes out.
Yeah, Rika does like a powered like lightning jump through the air and just gets like backhanded back into the cliff.
Okay, and there's actually one more attack. There's 4, so the tail comes last, and that's going to go to Talia now because she's behind him.
He's for real. Dude. It
wasn't his bite. His bite is
roll
much
it.
Worse.
Roll it.
His tail is pretty serious.
The bite's only bad because of the poison.
That's a good point. That was a tail. You saw him coming with the uppercut.
He just impaled you.
Yeah.
And you were like, holy shit, that was a horrible hit. And by the time you've realized you got hit the first time, you're hit again with his tail. This is as dazed as you can be without being stunned. It's got both your blades out. The bearded devil, like, he's far more afraid of this other thing. You're sticking a dagger in him, and he's still more afraid of this other thing than he is of you. And he's trying to run away.
Sneak attack on with no advantage on the bit board.
Wait. Rika hasn't had a turn yet. I'm gonna go start with these little fighter guys, and I'm just gonna kind of have them kind of like retreat back a little bit and like kind of fade back with some longbows on this bearded devil. So that
This is the one behind you, right?
Jasperim and Silent.
Okay.
She's gonna hop down here and use heightened spell to give it disadvantage on its saving throw against disintegrate. Yeah, and I think there's really no reason not to just go ahead and cast it at level 7. Okay, so he fails. So he takes 82 plus 15 force damage.
Back. How many people are dead?
Rika just like charges up like this big, golden lightning bolt and like unleashes it, and it just starts like tearing through this thing, like disassembling it.
Burning apart magma.
Rika gets she kind of gets blasted back by it a little bit because she's not really cast this yet before, but she's just so enraged by this monster, and she's just pouring all of her magical energy into this thing. That was vengeance for that tail attack, Talia. Retribution.
Already, you see a big honk out of its side, like it had no idea that this was coming. He turns his eye towards you.
Okay.
Wow, damn.
Yeah, that's her turn.
Okay.
You don't want to move any?
Actually, I'm gonna move my Aegis with my bonus action to Esoteric and Talia. Yeah.
Okay, so I was impaled badly, and then Rika took vengeance, and I am somewhat shocked not having seen this display of magic from her before, and not so mildly impressed.
This thing looks like jutting out, molten instead of blood.
Yikes.
Around.
Talia's going to try to capitalize on the wound that Rika made.
This plating is worse. It's worse than a dragon's plating. It's thick and it's overlapping. It must weigh hundreds of pounds that he's carrying around all of these scales on him.
So I do damage near the site of his existing disintegration wound. So bonus action, I'm going to spend a key to bonus action dodge. And then my archer, Chen Long, he's going to continue on the bearded devil that's still near me, trying to give me some breathing room.
See an arrow, thin brown, light brown arrow with white shafts enter into the side of this thing's arm.
Guys, do you think it would be useful to potentially remove a bearded devil if it comes back later, or leave them out so they can be hit?
Just leave him out.
Leave them out so they can be hit. Don't wait.
Alright, so Emil is going to run in and attack with his melee weapon he has.
Ooh. He goes up and just is
Oh, that was closer.
Hit this thing's legs, and he just
Yeah.
He was not prepared for the sort of scaling that this thing
Yep. And then he backs away.
You can't back away, I don't think.
Yeah, he can. He moved 3 spaces in there, so he has 2 spaces to move out.
He's just gonna take an opportunity attack?
Yeah.
Oof. Okay. Are you trying to get my reaction for something?
Yeah, you bet.
Immel, his face painted like a red fox, gets absolutely demolished by this thing's mace.
Alright, and then Esoteric is going to cast Banishment for some saving throw.
So like the little singularity opens up and starts pulling him in.
Yeah, by the feet. The ground actually starts pulling.
Yeah,
him
no,
in.
like a crevice opens to the ground, he basically falls into the earth, but like his body actually disappears before it gets fully submerged.
Holy shit.
Then I move that way. Charge A is gonna bow attack the bearded devil next to Talia.
Everyone just fucking is silent.
Talia is just
bearded devil.
scared, ape in shock. Did that just happen? She asked the bearded devil. Holy shit.
Poor Evil. The whole goal was just to provoke the opportunity attack, and then Esoteric was gonna move away and Banish failed, but it didn't.
Wow.
And I can't even break your concentration, really, because neither of those guys are going to go out of their way. They don't know what just happened to attack you.
Even if they did, he's got Warcaster, and bearded devils aren't that big of a threat.
Yeah, I mean, I do have an 18 AC, it's just, that's not much for a Pit Fiend.
Okay, Esoteric, I'm buying you beer for the next year, or whatever it is you drink.
You hear a voice come from the portal's direction. All right, Ralk, what do you want?
Do I...
Like the floating portal?
The floating portal's direction. The bearded devils have heard this voice, and they have kind of stopped attacking to see what you guys are doing.
Did he say some name? He said something, what do you want? What do you...
Malk?
Also, what language was it in?
Yeah.
Common.
Okay. Do I recognize the voice?
Nope. No.
I'm staring intensely in that direction, but I don't say anything.
You know how long it's going to take me to get that guy back?
Rick is looking at the sky. Who is that?
You could probably see there's a red-skinned goblin on the other side of the portal. It's just hanging up about 10 feet off the ground. You can see on the other side of this portal, there's just a dry savanna landscape with heavy, thick dust as far as you can see behind him. This is a red-skinned goblin like Diablo goblin. It's kind of muscular and has his hair tied back.
I was just gonna look kind of back and forth between esoteric, the portal, the bearded devil, and back and she's both confused, and she doesn't want to respond. She doesn't know what this voice is. She's kind of terrified.
Rick says, "Wait a minute, you summoned the pit fiend?"
Well, he's one of mine. I mean, I wouldn't say I summoned him. I would say he owes me a certain amount of time. But that's, he's fulfilling an agreement that he made.
Question. Are we to combat?
Yeah, they are not attacking, so if you are not attacking, then you are out of combat, yes.
Alright, well, once every 6 seconds, I want to heal Talia for the next minute.
Okay. You've already, just in this little conversation, you've done 3 or 4 of them. Well, everybody's like, what is happening?
I'm about to tell the archers to start shooting this guy.
What? Can't we just talk? I mean, I feel like we're adults here who could come to an understanding.
What are your goals
rather than
here?
Such violence.
What are your goals here?
While Esoteric is talking to the guy, Talia's gonna take a stab at this one that's directly in front of him.
He's got like 1 health. Yeah, you gotta
Not
take a
anymore.
second strike to
I
hit
just
him.
go
Yeah.
slash, is like, and then kick him away just to get it out of her face. Like,
The glaive falls limply out of his hands, clatters to the red ground.
she's still thoroughly unamused about the tail that went through her torso earlier, so she's just like done with these demons.
The other one sees you do this and starts running back towards the portal, jumps off of this thing and grabs onto the portal.
And don't come back!
Who are you? Rika yells as she climbs up onto the plateau so she can get a better look.
I'm Gouge. I'm a friend. I don't know Rauk personally, but so far I've learned of him.
Rauk?
What are your goals here? I repeat.
Well, goals can change. Goals are interesting things. They really they could show who a person is. I think you can see a person in their goals.
What were you aiming to do here?
I was aiming to please my overlord, my boss. But I can think of another way that we could...
I sigh and say, what was your overlord wanting to do here? Why was he summoning troops to this area?
That's a big, complicated question. But it's part of Tiamat's plan of returning. She has legions in the seas of devils that she is going to bring to the other side, and if it helps her bring them a little bit beforehand, then she's gonna do that. Just start up some chaos everywhere else. Maybe let herself through a little bit easier. Or that's what it seems like to me.
Why are you being so forthcoming with these answers?
Because I have an idea.
Because he wants something from us.
Well, no, I think I could actually give you information and really help you take somebody out that's bad guys. Really terrible people.
Then let's hear it.
Well, that's the thing. We got to go talk to my boss to be able to do this. I can't really do magic like that. But I will bring you back, and we can
Back from where?
to hell.
Oh, no. No. Sorry. We have business here, so I'm gonna stay here.
Well, that's why I think maybe we could help each other. May not be all of our first choices. What I do know is I can get you into and out of hell within a matter of days, but it will seem longer. My boss has some control over the time passage.
Who is your boss?
Knucklebones is his name.
Is that name familiar?
I mean, you could, unless you roll a 20, no. Some random guy from the first layer of hell.
Okay. No, we're not working with you.
Yeah, we're not going to hell, buddy.
It's such a good opportunity. I mean, Zariel's in charge. If she wasn't in charge, Tiamat wouldn't be coming out with all these legions across the entire plane. That would mean Bel would get control, which means instead of coming out with a legion of demons, Tiamat's going to get chased out of hell by a legion of demons.
See,
And all I'm asking for is a couple days.
well, see here, our plan is for her to not come out of hell at all. See, so it doesn't really matter. That's what we're working towards.
So I'm just thinking, like, if we were going to go to hell, we would need some sort of, like, promise from Zariel, whoever that person is, that we wouldn't be hurt and we would return safely. That's my bare minimum, is that your king has to promise.
Here's what I can give you. I can give you my word right now that I will see you safely into sea Knucklebones, and then out of the plane back to this plane safely. I will do my best. And he is standing on the hell side of the gate, and he looks over at Esoteric and he says, "You know I can't say that if it's not true." So I can promise that I will take care of you while you're on this side and get you back. Do everything I can to get you back. But I think we have a trade that could be made for 2 days' time. Maybe 3.
I don't think you can go back to hell, right? Esoteric?
It wouldn't be smart for me to.
Well, we're not going to endanger you, certainly. You're a trusted friend who has just saved our lives, and so we're not going to endanger yours, and I don't particularly want to go anyway, to my earlier point.
The only reason we would go would be to kill whoever his boss is to prevent them from bringing Tiamat back. We would not be striking any deals. So
Can't we, like, use magic to just call Knucklebones? Using... Like, magic can do anything, right?
I am not directly familiar with this person, so no.
He could describe it, Andy, as something, I think she's touched or something like that. If you want to come through the gate, you would be on the correct plane.
Actually, you can still sending across planes. It just there's a chance it won't go through.
Okay.
It's a 5% chance if they're on a different plane that it won't go through.
Yeah, he explains to you who his boss is. It's actually a woman named Maggie, who is a night hag, works mainly in the temporal distortion of hell. which is why he thinks he can do some fiddlywinks with it.
Don't think I want to send any spell yet. I'll look at the rest of the group. Say, this is definitely not something smart to do. But if we were, if we think we may be doing a greater good by venturing into hell to stop this person, that it's really the only viable frame of mind that this would be a good decision to make.
I just don't understand why this goblin person was releasing a pit fiend to fight the elves.
How are
so
you
that
guys saying
Tiamat,
this? Are you guys in a little circle?
Yeah, everyone's discussing.
Yeah, we're huddling. We got our arms wrapped around each other's shoulders.
Okay, this isn't out loud, so he can hear what you're talking about.
Yeah, so like why would he be working with a pit fiend to bring a pit fiend here to weaken, to do something so that Tiamat can break through more easily? If he's offering us a chance to help stop Tiamat from breaking through with an army, I'm really confused.
Well, that's just it. He's not even trying to do that. He's not saying he's going to stop Tiamat breaking through. He's going to say that who she comes through with is going to be against her rather than with her. He's not acting directly against her at all.
So Tiamat has legions of devils working for her.
Seems to be that Zariel is helping Tiamat, and he and his boss want to depose Zariel and put their person in charge. But still seeing Tiamat come through but fighting her in the process is what I gathered from that.
And as far as our friend here is concerned, it's just that he's failed in his task. He will be punished. He is looking for something, to offer as collateral. Be thinking that either A, we can somehow come to an agreement with his boss to work something else out, or B, that we would just be offered up to the boss to be killed in his stead.
Yeah, my opinion is we came here to get rid of the demons, and we did. We have to focus on preventing Tiamat coming here regardless, so that what he's offering is moot. I don't care about the goings-on that's happening in hell as long as they stay there.
Like I said, I don't think it's wise to venture into hell. I was just raising the fact that it could be potentially fruitful to go to figure out, what exactly is going on and perhaps try to put a stop to it. It's not a wise decision. I was just saying it as a possibility.
I think we know what's going on. Zariel is, whoever that Zariel person is backing Tiamat's escape and is helping to facilitate it from the other side. What can we do about that? I don't know. But I doubt very little.
So Ball is going to take over if Zariel gets deposed or something? Is that what he said?
Yeah, I think so.
But it sounded like he's trying to prevent that from happening.
No, I think he works for Ball. He wants that. He's like, that's what he's enticing us with. He's saying if we work with him, we might can get Ball ascended and have Ball send his legions against Tiamat instead of having Zariel's legions exiting with Tiamat. I'm saying we continue to do our work to prevent her exodus at all and leave the infighting in hell. And
yeah.
And Esoteric, you would also know that he is bound by his word while he's on that plane. You would know that he couldn't offer you up.
Okay.
But if you get a straight answer out of someone in hell, it's the truth. They can double speak you, but they can't outright lie like that.
Right. I think, and even in the case of that, I think he'd be perfectly willing to kill himself in order to hand us over or betray us, if that's what it took to do so. He's going to be fighting for his cause, even if that means his life. I don't think we should be going there. We did
No,
what
I
we came
don't
to
think
do
it's
for the
worth it.
elves, and I think we need to go heal up, be glad it was not worse than it was, and celebrate no loss of life, and go on the next task to prevent her ascension.
I mean,
That's-
if this
that's-
guy's somebody who's willing to like give us information and stuff, should we help him somehow though?
Not if it
necessarily,
means
like, going
going to
down
hell
there.
to do it. He's not going to give us anything unless we go through there. He said so.
By sure, while you're walking around up there, and they're all probably discussing this, you can see the infernal war machine going across the background of this, behind this red goblin in this hell landscape.
I can't say anything to anyone because I don't know anyone speaks Oran at all.
No.
Yeah, alongside, you're seeing it going
Oh,
perpendicular
sounds bad.
to you.
Whether I'm willing to go into hell or not, I don't think I'm willing to go into hell because this guy says he sends me an invitation.
And I'll
No.
take a peek through the portal to see what Beischer's pointing at as far as like getting a visual informationally, but I'm basically going to turn around and go, huh, that's interesting. And hey, Esther, is there any way to close this portal?
I mean,
Possibly,
if Elminster shows up and says go to hell, I might, but
Possibly. I was going to attempt that, and I'll say, are we done then?
Yeah, I'm done listening to this joker.
Okay,
yeah, if this guy wants to deal, he's gonna have to get in contact with us later through some other agent, because
I will attempt to cast Dispel Magic at 5th level on the portal. Nope.
But you're welcome to try again. Yeah, he
Yeah.
doesn't even realize. He's like, okay, now you guys are coming back to the table. You
I
guys are-
casted it at 6th level then.
Yeah, okay. Flip.
memory-
There's dead bearded
the memory of
devils.
Dowd has been disconnected.
The ground kind of under the portal starts forming into this more red rock again, where it was blacker before.
Fine. Be like, oh,
The elves cheer.
that's another complication.
And then they look up and they see the dragon. It's such a clear day, they can see the outline of the dragon, the chromatic dragons. And they're like,
Yeah.
oh, it tempers their
I'll
joy.
tend to ML's wounds. I feel bad now.
If only you'd taken your turn first.
Granted, Esoteric was not directly responsible, but I was.
I mean, it's not like you told him to do it. He probably reacted hot-headedly.
Right. Well, I mean, in the narrative, those actions happened concurrently. So, actually,
Yeah.
ML's distraction possibly aided the banishment. But
Mhm.
They're still all jittery. They're like, holy shit, I was ready for something crazy to go down.
yeah,
I thought
Like
I had
Emil runs up, slashes at it twice, and then sparks just fly off its scales. But then like he jumps back, and as he jumps back, a giant crevice in the ground opens up and swallows this thing whole. And he's like, "Yeah, I did that."
I'll kind of commend his bravery. That you were quite valiant, all of you. But perhaps we should make haste and rendezvous with the rest of the force so we can stop their march. They no longer need to come down here.
Well, I would say not to stop their march, but let's meet them in the middle so that we can pinch the remaining forces of the Merilith and the other demons.
We don't know how many there are. We just
Yeah, but let's say, because Dellen's
forgot.
bringing the others come from the north, we could come up from the south and wipe
Yeah.
them up and meet them in the middle.
All right. Well, so are we gonna do a rest here?
Can
we
we
could
still
do
limp
it.
walk?
Yeah, it's for 8 hours and it's not concentration, isn't that right? I remember looking yesterday.
Correct.
We just have that effect for 8 hours unless it gets dispelled off of us.
Awesome.
We could do a short rest and then walk back that direction until we see more forces and then land and take them out and continue to do that until we meet up with Dellen.
Okay.
I
So
will
you guys
short
are
rest
still capable of going into Windwalk, is what you
for
just decided.
probably 7.5 more hours or something. I don't know how long it's been.
Got it. This area is... It's not terrible once the giant creatures are gone, but it's not pleasant to sit around here.
Right. We're doing the thing where it's hit dice per 30 minutes or whatever.
And the fighter guy didn't even get a chance to even attack once. The guy got 4 or 5 attacks around.
Neither did I.
You can attack the beard devil. Oh, you reacted.
I moved and I reacted. Does it?
Hey, we got lucky. We were
That was super lucky.
fearing for worse.
Called it. It says I think we're die or anticlimactic. And I was right.
I mean,
Almost
even if we had held on for 9 rounds, it still would have been anticlimactic. It's the nature of banishment. Yeah,
I think would have been better.
Well, especially since not literally 2 turns before, I mean, he'd gotten laser beamed in the chest, which did massive damage to him. Then I hit him decent, and then he gets sucked into hell. I mean, he's probably super pissed off at us. Doesn't know who we are.
I thought he was just gonna walk back out the portal again.
Isn't that the odds? Hell is an infinite landscape of literally unlimited distance, and he happens.
He lives on the other
He
side.
appears right outside the portal. Yeah.
He's in the
Yeah,
next cubicle.
I banished him to the equivalent of Grand Central Station.
Yeah, he just hops a train.
It's not just a train; it's one of them tank things that he hops in one of those.
He just hops on the back of it like Marty McFly, skateboard.
Every
That
turn.
first turn where it crit Talia and backhanded Rika into the cliff and slashed Esoteric and
I thought that was like the roll that was gonna make this thing start tilting, but then you got that 93 cut off.
And I know like it maybe seems a little anticlimactic that Basher didn't get to do a whole lot, but he did do a lot of healing, so that was pretty cool too.
Well, the healing that is going to pay off as we move forward. Speaking of which, after we collect their thoughts, bandage our remaining wounds, we all fart back in the gas clouds and head back north.
Okay, where are you heading?
Looking,
are you heading to
we're
Altand,
we're on the lookout for devils.
Yeah, we're not heading straight there. We're
I see.
basically wanting to pincer the remaining devil army of Merilith and Merregons between ourselves and Dalen, who's coming from the north. So we want to travel north until we encounter some, so we can land to take them out, and then repeat until we meet up with her.
Sure. I did not think you guys were going to have all the resources you have after you fought it.
I mean, hey, I'm low on resources.
We could even scout them out, fly to Dellen, tell them exactly where they are, and then us go back behind them and then enter them.
That's what we should do.
Yeah,
you guys could pull some hijinks with that.
Yeah, we have the resources right at the moment to be super tactical and efficient with this because of the circumstances. So we're feasted up, rested, healed.
I can kind of give you more of an idea of what's in the area, and you tell me how you want to fight it, because you would be able to, fly around, wait for them to separate or do something,
Yeah. I guess we just fly around and then meet
There's
back up, and then we'll have a discussion.
There's another 40 Merregon between you and Delan. There's another 2 of those snake creatures, Meriliths, with human faces coming out of their snake bodies and arms.
Are they? How many groups are they in? Are they just one massive?
There's also one bone devil who is still flying around. The Merregon are split off in groups of 8-ish, and then the 2 snakes are actually together. So you'll probably have to hit those 2 at least together.
Okay. Well, let's just report back to Delan and tell her the strategic situation of the forest now that we've scouted it out, and we can kind of give her we can kind of like sketch a map and show her where the troop formations are, and let her divide her forces to take out like 2 of the groups of Merregons, and then while we attack the group of Meriliths or something.
Yeah, so we sketch out a map that has the word Chuth written at the top right, that has Novgorod written, to the southwest of
Bottom
that,
left.
Altand to the east of that, and there's like squiggly lines all over it.
We put some dots on it where each of these groups of things are. It's like,
Yeah,
where
we
they-
put some white. We put some white out on it.
Wait, I honestly didn't look at the map you posted. Why did you like draw Stonehenge near the bottom?
That's where the pit
That's where
thing
you guys
is.
were.
Okay.
And it's increased about 20 times. It should be 20 times smaller than that.
Okay.
That's just a representation of where it is. The other thing is the boulder, that squiggly
Yeah.
line
Mm-hmm.
that you guys went north of.
But yeah, I think kind of en masse we should have our forces and do like kind of like what Rika said. We could take out the Merregon at range easily, as long as they're targeted. That wouldn't be a problem, and then we could have our more elite unit take on the Meriliths.
Oh yeah, we have windwalk. Like we literally could we have all these archers. We could just like windwalk into the trees and wait for the Merregon to come by and then just
Yeah.
sniper them from the trees.
That's kind of what I was envisioning.
Yeah, good idea, Talia.
Yeah, that's kind of fucking brutal, actually.
Might be a little awkward
Oh,
for.
and those other guys have it too. Right.
Might be a little
They
awkward
don't have any
for
range
Charjaya to be in a tree.
Well, she can just stay windwalked. It's fine. We don't really need her. She's there for
Wow.
moral support. She's a little jittery anyway, so she was just there for the counter spells.
She'll be more crucial when we fight the Bone Devil, because that's kind of where I was going with it. It was we take out the ground shock troops of the Merregon with these tactics, then corner the Meriliths on the ground. We can take them out, and then we can target everybody on the Bone Devil once we,
Well, I mean,
It's very unlikely that 2 Meriliths and a Bone Devil are going to take you out, but we should probably play through it.
That's
See
fine.
How you guys end up.
I would probably try to banish the Bone Devil.
Then do you want to roll? What do I have to roll for that?
Well, I mean, I don't know how the combat's gonna play. I don't want to completely take away the. I mean,
I know, but I don't want to set up a whole board and have you banish it in one turn.
right.
I mean, fair.
It's a charisma
Alright.
saving throw
It's a
that he
charisma
does.
saving throw DC 18, so it's
So he fails.
He fails. Bone Devil is gone.
Bone Devil's dead. You're just walking through the forest, sending people back to hell.
esoteric border patrol.
Yeah. He's with some Merregon. He disappears. The Merregon turn around like, what happened? And then they're suddenly peppered with archers, and they all fall down dead.
That's brutal.
She falls on the ground and goes, "Oh, I hurt my leg. Help somebody!" And the Bone Devil comes down and it's like, "Ooh, easy prey." And then the big crevice opens up and sucks it down. It tries to fly away, and then arms made of magma reach up and grab it, and pull it down.
Okay.
One sec, let me clear initiative.
Is one actually larger than the other?
Yes.
Okay.
He's like physically taller. She's physically taller.
It has been a minute since I cast on the Bone Devil, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, then sure. I'll cast Banishment at 5th level so I can target 2 creatures. I target both of them. They have to make charisma saving throws. Yep.
Damn.
So they both succeed. They are not banished.
They're so sexy.
These ones look like trees almost. It's kind of cool looking.
They're special Meriliths. They're the ones from Black Temple. Shivaran. Mother Shiraz.
Is this one bigger than the other one?
Yes.
I'm going to target the larger one then and play into it with the ferocity of attacks.
It rears and shrieks in this high, like painfully high tone.
Actually, no, that's stupid. Rather than stand here and take potentially 6 attacks, I'm going to risk 1 attack by moving. I will do a running jump and then up through the trees.
Yeah, takes a swipe at you. Hisses, keeps trying to chase you, but can't really keep up as you go upwards. This is an extremely clear day. There is still mist, but you can see through it in every direction. This is by far the clearest day that you guys have seen in this forest.
So she's going to retreat and sheath her sword.
They're going to collapse on Baishra. They collapse on you, and they just are clawing through your skin with these long, green, infected nails ripping through your lighter scales. Pull back from them, and they are really surprised that they usually when they collapse on something, it's dead. Baishra, you feel like a fish in a barrel.
Oh, primal savagery, the bigger one.
Yep, she's going to... She'll teleport into the shadows of this tree. So she's going to do all unarmed strikes. Trying to target the vital points of her upper fleshy bits. She will once again retreat into the trees.
Okay, she takes an attack and misses again as you flit out of her range. This is a clever use of mechanics.
She learned from her last encounter with Merilith when she got carved to pieces.
I see that.
So she's explicitly trying to put those lessons to good use.
Yeah, the snake does the same thing. Tries to chase after you for just a few seconds, and then it's like, there's no way I'm going to keep up with it. And heads back towards Baishra.
Slap a level 3 cure wounds on Baishra.
Okie dokie. Jesus Christ.
Well, before your turn, you could have counterattacked with the Aegis to use your reaction, or had you already? It'll be your turn again, and your reaction will reset.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Sunblade.
All right, I'm going to just chain lightning both of them. I guess. Stop hurting my friends.
This thing is on death's door. I mean, it's super focused on Baishra, but
Oh,
you can
now
see it's bleeding out and slowing down.
Okay, then I'll spend 2 sorcery points to Shocking Grasp.
You see her back singeing and very reminiscent of Chuth. The scales singeing black as the electricity overexcites them.
I will cure wounds myself.
It's just a bit hard to get a beat on where all these flashing arms and colors are coming from and where they differ from the green of the trees around and the mist. It's all extremely confusing from your perspective.
Yep. Talia will jump through the trees and run right up to her rear side and kind of try to tap the pressure point at the base of her spine just above where she starts to become a snake.
Still up, barely. Yells in your direction.
Yep. She will follow up with one slightly higher.
And you see her face, it just becomes a mask of waving muscles that don't really make sense before it snaps back into place as she screams at you.
That is done. So as she falls,
Yeah. And writhes back before
will-
just crumpling onto the ground.
duck this way and avoid her crumpling on top of me and spend 1 key point and flurry of blows this chick.
Sure.
And I crit again. On the final crit that finished off the big one, it's like, oh, I found the spot. So I rushed forward and I hit that same spot twice, like 2-2 real fast.
There we go.
And it's a
paralyzes
critical
the body.
point. Yeah, she's just like seizes up and it does nerve and muscle damage and she's paralyzed.
She's looking dazed, not really moving too much. Barely, even if she does move, it's kind of jerkily, as if she's catching up.
And I will come to Shocking Grasp. Because it auto crits, right?
Yep.
That's super effective.
Yeah, you guys are hacking through this creature.
I'm just gonna primal savagery.
You bite her head off.
Starts dragging her around like a catch. Her body immediately begins to decay and begin to smell, like rotting meat.
Those things had a lot of hit points.
Yeah, Meriliths are tough.
The next day, you would have to wait. They do have like little feast for you just with the warriors before people start getting back to the towns. You get news that they're sending people back to their towns. They hear that the south has been cleared as well.
Is it too late to stop the Elf King from killing his son? That's Rika's only. That's my only counter. Otherwise, I'm happy to go back to Waterdeep.
No.
Now that we've accomplished our major objectives here.
I would try to talk to Melindrock to request that he let me speak with his son. But I would want it to happen the next day, because I need to prepare a spell.
He responds, I can see no reason you should be involved in family matters such as this.
I wish
But I appreciate your diligence in
I wish
finding
to
the truth.
question your son as to his motives and get to the truth of the matter.
That thing was not my son. And it's already been dealt with.
Fair enough.
Thing was not my son.
But I cannot thank you enough for having saved my forest. What you have done has gone above and beyond what I asked of you, and it will be remembered.
I feel I should inform you that your other son is the one who requested that I help him in changing your mind. I would tell Melindrock too. I wish to cast Zone of Truth and interrogate Naren Vane. That's his name, right? I wouldn't keep referring to him as his son once he disowned him like that. Yeah. I want to cast Zone of Truth, magical means to make him tell the truth, and I will ask him precisely, what his intentions were, and try to ascertain if he was ever under any outside influence.
He says, I told you the matter had been dealt with. He is no longer in shape to question.
Well, I am able to communicate with the deceased as well.
Give me a minute. I will have my mage respond to you. Give me a moment to consider this.
Okay.
Because I really need a moment to consider. I'm not sure how elves would feel about that spell. Do you guys have any input on that?
Contacting a deceased elf in the afterlife?
Right.
I mean, I guess to what end, maybe? I don't know. I mean, like, if there is information to be gathered that's useful intelligence, then maybe, but if it's just for closure, I don't know. I really don't know. It's also, I mean, I guess if he's, like, disowned, then I guess maybe they wouldn't care, because, if he's really a real traitor to the elven people, then I guess fuck him.
I think that's the only reason he's really even considering it, is because of his hatred for this It's for his kid. Nah, he says the body has been buried according to our laws. You can go dig it up. I will allow you to do that if you want to do that.
Okay. I thank you for your graciousness. We will probably be departing your forest later today.
I will see you soon at the council.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not gonna put that much effort into it. Like, if he was still alive, I would have got the question, but I'm not gonna fucking bother. I'm not gonna bother exhuming his body
Right.
Although, because like I don't think there's actual information to be gleaned. I was only gonna do it out of curiosity and to give him the benefit of the doubt, but not going through that much effort. Nah. Dude seemed unrepentant when I originally talked to him.
Yeah, and that doesn't change his mood on the subject. I don't think. If he hated you in life, he'd still hate you in death, right?
Yep.
That's the only thing I would have pursued while here. I'm ready to travel when everyone else is.
The other matter of business would be just responding to Otili Carnos.
Oh, I guess actually one thing I would do while we're here, since we're still in the good graces, I would try to secure a healer's kit. Just a regular old healer's kit.
You can find one of those without issue. All you really have to do is ask. And
Yep, that's just
anyone
one.
Anywhere in the forest will grab you a healer's kit.
Not breaking the bank. Just one. That's good enough for me. All right, just to replenish myself.
Delagan tells you guys, I will have to find another one of those bowls for the last battle.
Yes, that was definitely is comes in handy.
A pit feed. Why did you attack the pit feed?
We were quite fortunate the way that it played out the way it did.
Yeah. I mean, you look like geniuses in retrospect. Yeah. She's around. If you guys need her for anything, she's around in Altand. She's also heads back to Nogarato.
The silver dragon lady wants to trade us for the dragon claw. One magical item, I guess.
Yes.
So you write that note down, right? What should we do about that note?
I was half asleep and just wrote down what you were babbling. It's probably only half sensical. I'll have to pull it out again and read it to see what was actually said. One moment.
I mean, the only item on there that Rika would want would be, I guess, the belt of giant strength, or whatever.
Yeah, that would be an amazing item. I think if that's something you want, the claws, what were you hoping, was a trophy or sentimental? How you?
To her, yeah. I mean, I guess that was like a rival of hers, or.
No, I understand her motivation. Your desire for the claws, what were you planning to use for them for?
Oh, I didn't have any desire for. I was just trading them. Just to for treasure. She's willing to she's willing to give them to us in exchange for.
I know. I'm saying originally, what were you wanting the claws for before this was a thing? Like, what did you?
Oh, she didn't. She proposed just giving me something in exchange, and she'd have to go look in her hoard for something. So like, there wasn't anything in particular. I was just like, get back to me as soon as you can, or whenever you can, and we'll discuss the terms.
Oh, well, and
so
I'd say if there's something of use there, then take her up on it. You have no use for those claws.
Yeah, I mean, other things she offered, I don't know that any of that stuff's going to be helpful for anybody else in the group, particularly.
No, I don't know what sovereign glue is, but
Sounds sticky.
It's
probably for like keeping your crown on your head or something.
I mean, Esoteric may know if you wish to ask him, but I mean, this claws that are in your possession and a deal that she's trying to make with you. So if it's something there that's useful to you, then I would say prioritize that. I don't see anything there that's useful, but at least to me, but I don't know about such things to begin with, so I'm not a really good one to ask in that regard. Frost Giant Strength. I don't know what it does, but I mean, we've met Frost Giants. They were quite formidable, so if there's a belt that gives you strength of matching theirs, then that would be potentially quite useful. And that's all Talia has to say on the matter.
Okay. And that's all Rika has to say about it too. Yeah, like I wish I had like vertexes to edit, but whoa.